야차 야차 없어져의 새었다 내 총이 보인다. 백전백승 노동당 새 시대를 열었다. 승리만 내 일삼을 온 세상에 펼치다. 불쏘다다 발미나다 트레이드에 만나보소. 진이되는 대내로의 앞담도 나가서 유약자 유약자 엄선도의 새옷거기 등이 보인다. 유약자 유약자 엄선도의 새옷거기 등이 보인다. 노동당의 등산의 하나로 뭉쳤다. 웅인 나린 새씨리 쏘가자 파이나자 트레이드에 만나보소. 차우토마 역세나로 세리도 보이리사. 으야차 으야차 저도 내 새해 날이 많이 나온다. 으야차 으야차 저도 내 새해 날이 많이 나온다. 수신열의 파도가 하이려 나가나 모든 소리와 증사에 물들을 냅줘라. 쏘가자 빨리 가자 트레이드에 만나보소. 손만 대고 팔다 몸이 부딪혀.
히야차 히야차
모든 뒷발 따라 나와봐줘.
히야차 히야차
모든 뒷발 따라 나와봐줘. 야차 야차 모든 뒷발 따라 나와.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassanheimer broadcast coming to you live from sunny, well, I guess it's cold out in Pyongyang, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, right? Popular Korea, also known as Best Korea. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Sunday. Democratic, by the way, absolutely. Greatest democracy in the fucking world. The only democracy in the world, you know what I'm saying? Totally, definitely a real democracy. That's for sure. Things are looking great out here. Listen, I'm here. What, are you not going to trust me? I'm here. They're supporting Palestine. Okay, and yeah, I'm live and alive, and this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I saw you yesterday, I just want to say you look skinny as fuck IRL. You were snatched last night, genuinely. God damn, thank you. A deep dive into Potterheads by Curtis Connor. Jeez, Lord mercy, that sounds like a fucking awesome video to watch. But yes, folks, I am a little bit of a skinny legend. That's right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and there's a lot that happened between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. I'll tell you this much. I didn't stream yesterday. And all hell didn't break loose, even though all hell has been breaking loose regardless. So that's kind of like the stable position of what's going on in the world. So anyway, I'm live and alive, folks. I'm live and I'm freaking alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a great one. It's Sunday. It's 11/12/2023. I'm on my, I guess technically 12th day of Movember. Beard's coming in nice. This is like the perfect length. From here on out, it's going to be not great until it is great. You know what I'm saying? Do you think with this news, Hamas will win the war? I did see this news. This is great news. Yeah, they're using fentanyl rockets. And everybody knows the IDF are cops. So they literally train our cops, and they are cops basically. Which means that, you know, fentanyl is their weakness, as it is their kryptonite. Woo! In your No Nut November era, how can I do no nut when I'm nutting in your mom? Fucking got him. All right. I took one day off and I'm already on a roll, baby. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something. I took one day off and I'm definitely in a little bit better of a mood. I had to like take some time away from everything that's going on. But yeah, yesterday I didn't stream. I worked out. And then I basically did this thing where I was sitting around trying to figure out what to do. Like, what do people do when they have free time? A concept that is so utterly unfamiliar to me. Like, so entirely unfamiliar. I've never, like, I just don't know. I legitimately do not have a frame of reference. I just don't know what the fuck to do. But yeah, having said that, today better be a Sunday fun day. I'm going to tell the idea of Hamas tunnel under your house. Yeah. Call you butter the way you're on a roll. Hell yeah. I did, I kind of just read, did the same shit that I usually do. I kind of slept a little bit. But honestly, let me tell you something. I had somebody that was being a fucking handful. That somebody's, laying peacefully behind me right now. But holy shit. Kai has been pissing like a piss monster. Been pissing all over the house, like just everywhere in the house. She's peed like 17 times in the house. Like, part of it is because I don't know if she has a UTI or not. It can happen. It's weird because, like, here's the thing. When you're on your period for dogs, okay, their personality changes a little bit. They start marking behavior, which is like unusual for female dogs in general, for bitches. But they can do marking shit, and they can't really hold their piss in. Why isn't she fixed? Because I'm a breeder, dude. I'm a professional breeder, and I want to fucking professionally breed her. Or maybe because she's a massive dog and she's only 9 months old, and I'm waiting, like, as my vet told me. Probably the first thing. It's got to be the first thing. I'm a puppy mill. Yeah. So, is it not estrus? I think that's what it's called. Yeah. So, when bitches go into heat, they have a heat cycle that takes off. That's like 4 weeks long, basically. And big dogs only get it like once a year sometimes, but like smaller dogs get it more frequently. But their heat cycle is like shorter, I guess. But even then, little bitches, they get like this is the one time, like, the term bitch is like literally the only appropriate way to use it, by the way. Like, if you look at like the ASPCA and shit, like, they write bitch in the articles, which is such a funny thing because it's like a medical. I'll read like a Columbia Journal on the heat cycle of dogs, and then it just, in the fucking thing, it just says bitch. Like, in the article, it just says bitch. She's pissing behind you right now. She probably is. Don't even say that. My vet called my dog a bitch, and I was about to square up. Any male dog breed you have in mind to mate her with? No, I'm not mating her. What the hell? No, no, dog. That's not happening. You think I could take care of a litter? Are you nuts? Are you nutso? Absolutely not. So any blood drops? Yeah. Her period is like nowhere near as bad now. She's on her like 10th day, I think. So she's not really bleeding all over the place as much. But she's definitely having a hard time holding her piss in. So I literally had to make her sleep in the balcony last night. Yeah, which she actually kind of low-key loves because it's cold out there. It's like colder out there. But yeah, I can't get her diapers because if I would have, her piss cycle is like way too frequent. If I put diapers on her, she's going to have an infection 100% because like she would just piss in her diapers nonstop. And then she would just definitely have an infection, like a skin infection. So there's no way. I just let her free bleed, and then I just constantly am running around the house, just like spraying everything and cleaning it. Like, I always got that fucking thing on me. Okay, I always got that motherfucking thing on me. What is that thing? The spray. You're doing great. I've been grooming dogs for 10 years and dealing with customers as well, and you're doing good. Appreciate you. Hell yeah, thank you. So. Look, she put the one hand on the toy. She's like, I woke up kind of bored of this. She's under place command right now, so she's just like supposed to be staying there. Doesn't like it too much, but been a good girl. So anyway, so yeah, that's what I've been like taking care of nonstop. And I think partially, yeah, spay your dogs, by the way, 100%. It's not worth it. If you have a little dog, spay him immediately. Do not let your little dogs even go through their first heat cycle. I think like the first heat cycle alone increases the chance of like some forms of cancer, but you definitely still need to spay them. Like, I'm going to spay her. I need to wait for her to properly develop because she's too big of a dog. And from what I understand, it's like if she doesn't if she doesn't properly develop, they take her ovaries out before she like, you know, reaches adolescence in the first like 18 to 24 months, then she might get hip issues down the line. So, you know, I want to make sure that I also work with dogs and their owners, and you're a great dad, despite what people might say. They're straight up wrong, and dog owners are bad shit for the most part. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, so that's why I haven't spayed her yet. But you know, for those of you who are wondering, but it definitely is. I'm gonna be honest. It definitely is a fucking issue. Like, I wouldn't wish this. I love her. I love her to death. I love her so much. Okay. I don't even know how a human being can love another thing this much, but God damn it, is she a fucking handful, dude. Holy moly. Holy baloney, dude. She is, oh my God, she's a handful right now. But yeah, I woke up at like 2 a.m. to the sound of just fucking straight piss. She just popped a squat. First, at night, she marked the bed because Fiona's here, right? And she's fucking marking. She marking. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? What is this? Who are you? And she knows not to do it. She's still doing it. Thank God. Thank God you guys can't. Thank God you're not here. You know what I mean? Thank God, like, she has no idea there's like a legion of psychopathic humans that are unironically championing her being a bad dog from afar. But yeah, so I had to deal with that, and then she had to sleep in the balcony, which is fine. And then this morning, well, I guess like last night I did Name Your Price, and I lost, unfortunately, but at least Ludwig didn't win. So that's a big dub, you know? And, you know, that was fun. I like that. He was farming me a little bit. Which I didn't appreciate, but sometimes you got to be the fall guy, you know? Your Sharp made some nice cash. Yeah. If you had another free day, what would you do? The thing is, like, I don't have any idea what I would do. Like, I only think about like all of the things I can't catch up on when I'm actually working. And then when I'm not working, when I actually am just like free, I never know. You were really funny and did a great job being the heel. You were awesome. Good attempt at limbo. Yeah, I mean, that shit was not happening. Let's be real. Bro is addicted to work. Is addicted to his job. Yeah. By the way, Twitch banned Indian Hassan for 2 weeks on Diwali because of his two chatters use the C word as Indian slang for fireworks. Yeah, I'm going to talk to my account manager about that. That shit's crazy. And no, Indian Hassan is not Hassan Minhaj. We're talking Arun. Hassan Abi Adventures is streaming 8+ hours, 7 days a week. When the fuck can you plan for shows like Name Your Price or your Aussie Japan trip? I don't have, I miss Hassan Minhaj so much. Wait, what the fuck? Anyway, no geopolitics today. I mean, we'll do a little bit of that, but like, honestly, we're just going to do some fun shit. Like, we're going to freestyle today because I'm not really in the mood to get too into, you know, fucked up shit that's going on in the world. We do enough of that during the week. Also, I need to, like, a lot of my Palestine coverage at this point is just me repeating the same talking points over and over again. So, like, I definitely need to, you know, bring back a variety of news at the very least. You know what I'm saying? So that's definitely what I'm going to try and do a little bit more of. Do you want me to get the fit check ready for today? I mean, I don't have anybody to do it with. Hey, would you ever consider doing politics? No. Ludwig had me booing you. That was cool. Oh, wow. The free thinkers of the Hassan Abi community booing me. I see how it is. Former conservatives versus former liberals. Middle ground. Love that. We can play Spot the Hassan Abi head, maybe. We can do a SNL playlist. Does anyone have SNL playlist? Oh, my Lord. Republican debate cold open. Yeah, we'll do SNL Sunday. Fuck it. Let's bring back the classics, you know? Super secret special stream. SNL Sunday is back. Get in it now. Here it is. Okay. Does anyone have a meme for today? New Yugopnik featuring you? Maybe. Bill Burr's trending? Yeah, I see that. Why the fuck is he trending? What do you do now? Oh my God, Bill Burr's wife, Nia, giving Trump the double bird. Oh no, that's awesome. Trump mentioned Mao. I love that. I like that the way that we're at, like the place that we're at now is like, it's lighter content if we talk about like American politics of like Donald Trump. Anyway, does anyone have a good meme for today? Yeah, I have one dumbass thing that I'll look at. Yes. Because if you don't have a meme, I'm going to fucking... Your reaction to Will going through the table. All right, let's see. Got some despicable Oiberf clips from the far right counter protest today. Fucking hell. Bill Burr shitting on British food. What? Where is that from?
The 3
Okay, let's do it. Let's fucking do it, baby. Let's do it. Let's do it.
days of eating in England, I now understand why Gordon Ramsay is so fucking mad all the time. The fuck are you doing? Dude, how bad were those fucking rice balls? Oh my god.
They were soggy.
That fucking Mama Celeste pizza? Dude, this is funny. We walk into this Italian restaurant, and I hear this woman mumble it was good. I go, is it good? She's like, it's unbelievable. Then I was like, oh fuck, I thought they were tourists. I don't understand how you can live this close to France and Italy and fuck up a fucking pizza and steak as much as they do.
Bro, they fuck up everything. Like, English food is completely carried by like all of the people that the most racist people don't want to exist inside of England. Like, they did a whole ass Brexit. I guess, like, technically Brexit was also fought on the grounds of, like, not allowing Polish people into the country, right? So that's a little bit different, I guess. But overall, like, what was that? What the fuck is going on here? What is this lady doing? What the hell is this noise coming out of her? With the quality of their food, it's no surprise the English became world-class sailors. Yeah, no, straight up. I mean, tikka masala is the national dish. That's what I mean. They know it. They know it too. Here, blasting off. Let the people know, or don't. I don't even give a shit at this point. But yeah, it's like the greatest food in Germany is Turkish food. The greatest food in England is Indian food. Like, out of like the European countries, like France and Spain kind of carry their own cuisine, but beyond that, like, them shit's just not edible, you know? Sorry. Like, I feel like dudes we're talking about Europe. Why the fuck are people talking about Mexican food? What? Hello? What do you mean? Like, you got great Italian food. You got great place. Girl. Good place. You got great Italian food. I mean, we've talked about this before. Like, Eastern European food, Like, even Eastern European food kind of mid, I'll be honest. Like, listen. Like, cold places, the fucking food that they make at cold places is just, like, not edible to me. I don't know what it is. I normally support you, but sorry, bro. I couldn't watch The Price is Right last night. When they called you on stage, my girlfriend walked and said, God damn, he's hot. You can just tell he's a man. I unplugged our router and said, I don't know what's going on. So with our internet, sorry, we just got to go to sleep. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. I apologize. That was not my intention. You know what I'm saying? It just kind of happens. Oh, I balled up with Nice Wig earlier, Nice Wig in Greek as well this morning, by the way. And I'm feeling pretty good about that too. God, I love balling. I love balling so much. Makes me feel so good. And Nice Wig was complaining about his shoes, about how dog shit his shoes are. So I gave him. I gave him my shoes. Gave him the Kyrie Irving anti-vaxxer 7s. You know what I'm saying? And they're fire. They're my favorite. Would you ever be a guest on AnFans podcast? What the fuck is AnFans podcast? What? Greek God X? No, it's not Greek God X. Oh, this is pretty funny. Missed the Q&A. Only caught the last answer. Wanted to show Hassan the Hun I do have a wife. Hashtag name your price. That's crazy. The wife guy. My man is the wife guy. Dog the anti-vaxxers. Lol now. Well, you got 6 pairs? Yeah, I literally gave him the pair on my fucking feet because I already have like 8 other pairs. You know what I'm saying? What about this for a Jubilee? Trans conservatives versus trans liberals? Fuck no. That sounds like cancer directly injected in my fucking veins and directed into my brain. New Meat Canyon vid. I took a vision healing masterclass. That's not a Meat Canyon vid, Noon Mail. That's another Curtis Connor video, which is pretty funny because I love this shit. Taylor Swifties break up. All right, we'll start out with the Meat
This
Canyon.
Sunday, as Taylor Swift is here before the kickoff, cheering on her man Travis Kelce. My God, is she beautiful?
I don't know if Meat knows what he just brought upon himself. Like, what fresh hell he just brought upon himself. If you draw Taylor Swift in an unfavorable light, oh my God, Cutie Cinderella's going to... First of all, Cutie Cinderella is going to disinvite Meat Canyon from all of her events. Okay? And then And then suspiciously, she's going to invite him to one event, to which I tell you, Meat, going forward, do not answer that call. Do not answer that fucking call. Because let me tell you something. That's an ambush. That's an ambush. You're about to get Yitzhak Rabin, okay? Not to make this political, but you're going to be like, oh yeah, Meat Canyon, like, please come to our streamer awards. Like, it's going to be sick. And then you show up and it's just like they spray you. Machine guns. Tommy guns, old school, you know what I mean? They come out with their long coats, and then all of a sudden they got the Tommy gun under the long coat. We got a sawed-off shotgun too. Cutie's got the sawed-off. They start fucking spraying you, okay? Spraying you and praying at the same time. Praying that you feel every bullet. And then Cutie comes in with the fucking sawed-off and blah, blammo. Done. You're done, son. You can't do that. You can't be out here talking shit about Taylor Swift. That's unacceptable.
I'm thinking about breaking up with Taylor.
Wait, you're gonna break up with Taylor Swift? Oh my god.
No. That's not what I said. I didn't say that.
That motherfucker's gonna break up with her. I think he's gonna break up with him. He's gonna break up with Taylor. Travis Kelce's gonna break up with him. I think he's gonna break up with Travis Kelce. He's gonna break up with
Uh-oh.
Get your hands off me! No! Help! Get your...
White women are honestly the scariest constituency in this country. They have so much power, dude. I'm so scared of them. I love Taylor Swift. Please. I'm a fan. Please don't kill me.
Goddamn hands off me! No!
Why do you want to leave me?
Babe, that's not what I said.
By the way, this has been like the least weird Meat Canyon one so far. Like, he really hasn't like made Taylor Swift look that gross yet.
You know I would never say that. You know how tight we are, Tay-Tay. Come on.
Why do you have to lie to me? I love you. And you want to break my heart? Why can't you love me?
Love you? I barely know you.
Oh, no.
You want me to fawn over your existence? Everything is spectacle and everything so perfect and right. I try to get your attention, but it goes unnoticed until it's convenient for you.
Uh-oh.
I can never love you because I can't stand the idea of you.
I'm sorry, Taylor, but I think we should break up.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I disavow everything that Meat Canyon has said. Everything he's ever done. I disavow. I'm gonna make Cutie Cinderella watch this on Fear N. I'm gonna make Cutie Cinderella watch this in a couple hours on Fear N. I support women's rights. I support women's wrongs. This video, trigger warning, Taylor Swift looks like a monster in this video. I'm just going to describe it visually for all of you that are no longer watching because this is too emotionally tumultuous. I agree with you. I feel you. I see you. I vibe with everything you said. I condemn Meat Canyon. This is the highest condemnation. Meat Canyon, Meat Canyon up there with Hamas with the condemnations, highest level. Oh my God.
Taylor! Oh, God!
You disavow this harder than you did 9/11? God, the Swifties hold more power than our government. The Swifties are our government, okay? People are like psychopathic, weird, anti-Semitic, Nazi pervert freaks think like, oh, Jews control the media and and the government. It's like, no, man, it's white women. Okay? It's been white women all along. Most powerful constituency in this goddamn country. Okay? I mean, obviously that's a joke, because if that was the case, then fucking abortion would never have been criminalized. But so don't get mad at me on that front.
I'm so sorry. I'm so,
Taylor, look at him.
I'm sorry. And there goes Taylor Swift, whose new song, Trouble on the 44-Yard Line, is already 12 times platinum.
To be fair, he did not go as ruthless as I thought he was going to. It's pretty funny knowing how fucking insane his art style is normally. You know, he fucking scaled it back so hard. That's tame as hell, dude. I've never seen such a tame Meat Canyon video before. That's crazy. What is this community now? Healthcare. Best I can do is billions a year in foreign military aid. Federal government spending on healthcare is estimated to reach $1.8 trillion for 2023. In 2022, the government spent $71 billion on international affairs, less than 1% of the budget, and less than 4% of the projected healthcare spending for 2023. I love this. I love the community note on this. And like, actually, we already do spend a lot of money on healthcare. And it's like, first of all, a big chunk of that also is still, a part of the military budget with the VA. And secondly, we spend that much money on healthcare and we still don't have socialized medicine. Like, the fuck are you talking about? People are so stupid. God damn it. How do people still refuse to comprehend this one basic truth that it's like, that it is incredibly expensive? I found this trailer you might want to watch. Oh, I do want to watch this. It's just, healthcare is way more expensive in this country, like 10x than any other comparable nation. And our healthcare results are dog water in comparison. Sure, we might excel at having like the most comfortable, spacious hospitals, which still, in times of need, turn to triage, which it also it doesn't exist in rural areas in general. But, or we might excel at like some weird type of brain cancer, which we do. But beyond that, it's like, if you look at the average healthcare outcomes, is terrible. America's life expectancy is worse than Cuba, okay? Now, obviously, healthcare is only one aspect of that conversation. But please, come on now. Let's be for fucking real, okay? Please. All right, let's watch Avatar: The Last Airbender's official trailer.
Time is a funny thing. The past, the future. It all gets mixed up. There's only one way
Oh my
to
god.
keep it straight.
Oh my god.
Always
Okay.
remember.
First of all, Dr. Han is a legend, icon, so that's cool. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go through this piece by piece, okay? We're gonna go back because this
Time.
is short as fuck. I'm gonna walk
Time
you
is a
through.
funny thing.
First of all, sets look pretty fire immediately. I mean, that's a small snapshot, but like, if we know anything about Netflix, like, they got that shit down pat. Okay? Number one, Netflix excels in sets, at least for One Piece. Like, I would say the greatest part of One Piece were the sets. They did a really good job.
The past, the future.
People were like upset about what's his face, Sokka. Like they didn't like the way he looked, but I don't know why, like, they didn't make these guys way more like indigenous looking. I don't know, like they're just straight up. But part of it is probably because, like, I'll be honest, like I don't know what his like background is at all, but you have to remember. You have to remember they have to fight and shit too. And he could be indigenous, by the way. Like, I'm not
It all gets mixed up.
Apparently he lied and said he was indigenous. I mean, he could be. Wait, what do you mean? Oh man, Uncle Iroh. I mean, Unk is looking all right. Like, not bad. I heard Zuko is great. He's not bad. He's not the worst.
There's only one way
Obviously,
to keep it straight.
I mean, these parts are sick.
Always remember who you are.
What do you mean they have to fight to be indigenous? No, no, no. I'm saying casting for a fucking movie like this. I'm sure there's like an indigenous person that they could have probably found that's like a good fighter as well. But like, you have to remember, it's not just about acting. These are like super combat intensive roles too. So they also have to. It's like if you're casting for, I don't know, like a dance movie, like there's going to be limitations on who you can cast. Because this is super, super stunt intensive. But yeah, out of all the characters, I would say Sokka is the weakest, in my opinion. I was talking to a buddy of mine who said, I mean, he's an actor, and he said he's friends with Zuko, and he's just like insane at all the combat stuff. He did all of his own combat. Dude, this is good. This is actually fucking good. Oh my god. Oh my god. The CGI looks fucking sick. Dude, this is actually fire. Okay, I'm kind of hyped on it. Oh my god. This is, as you guys know, this is the only live action Avatar. There's never been another live action Avatar. Some people try to lie in the chat. We ban them when they do. But this is the only live action Avatar attempt, and I think that it looks very successful. So it looks good so far. I've seen the stunt, the no CGI like stunt stuff that they released, that they leaked early on as like a teaser, and it looked pretty fire. Like seeing the combat for, God, I'm forgetting the names of the characters. What the fuck? The little blind girl. The Yu Yu Hakusho, Toph. Yeah, Toph. Can't believe it. Buddha's dog's name too. Is this the Netflix adaptation, a series or a full movie? I don't know, but Yu Yu Hakusho also got a live action trailer, which I heard was very dark, but I think it looks cool. This looks more like a straight anime live action movie, for the record. Like this is giving like Attack on Titan live action. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean like in the West, when they do live action adaptations of like anime, it just looks very different than the Japanese live action that doesn't actually make it over here. This looks a little bit more like that, but that's a good thing.
もしかして俺死んでる浦飯祐介お前を生き返らせて
Oh, this looks sick too. Okay.
その代わり霊界探偵をやってもらいたい生き返れるんだから断る理由はないだろう
Yeah, why is he not a baby? What the fuck is that?
こんな俺を信じてくれる奴らがいるってなしがみついてでも守る
I forgot everything about this anime. Me too.
新しい仕事の依頼だ面白い案件だといいけどね
Even that looks kind of good. That's fucking okay, dude. Okay. I mean, it looks kind of weird, but what would you rate it from memory? What, Yu Yu Hakusho? Yu Yu Hakusho is one of the greatest animes of all time. They're going crazy with the timelines if Toguro is in it, though. I mean, you don't know. You don't know what they're... It's not going to be I don't think this is a live-action movie, is it? Have you started Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 yet? Wait, what? I'm caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen.
いいけどね
Dude, the combat looks incredible. The CGI looks good. The combat looks incredible. One of the hardest things, in my opinion, is to like get the sizing right for like super jacked characters that are like objectively larger than all of the other characters. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like when you're doing a live action adaptation, you have to like run this delicate balance where on the one hand they can't be like too comically out of place. Like, I was talking to the boys about a potential Baki live action, which I feel like lends itself perfectly. But then we realized, like, everyone would be too big. Like, there's no way to make that sizing work. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you would do that. Like Biscuit Oliver, how are you going to make a guy look like that? You really can't, right? It would be body horror. Yeah, but it would be sick. We need 100 years of human evolution for a Baki adaptation. Yeah. Just all the TikTok bodybuilder guys. Yeah, you would need those guys for sure. I'm not even joking about that. Wow. How about this anti-woke comedy?
Say hello to the great American workforce.
No, I can't be picking up trash all day.
Hollywood has canceled Mason Stone.
Boycott Stone!
We will no longer be manufacturing Mason Stone characters.
Get them all out of here by Christmas Eve.
The mysterious gift giver has struck again.
Your jingle smells, aren't you?
Dad, that's a secret. My subscribers are gonna go crazy.
That's awesome. I'm so proud of them. It's like a baby. Like, I feel like it's like a child. You know what I mean? It's like a little kid trying to make a movie, right? You have to. Comedy is legal again. They should make it illegal again after this. Okay, it was legal, but they should probably make it illegal again. I think that's what I believe. Okay, I gotta tell this guy. I'm glad we're letting people with brain damage make movies now, bro. That's important. It's an important constituency. Okay. It's an important population. People that have been struck by the anti-vaxxer cancel culture. I'm so glad that they got shit going on. You know what I mean? Comedy died this year. Yeah. Well, it's coming back alive. Wait till they find out Eric Roberts played a gay dude with AIDS once. No. It's over. Like, all of these guys are now on the anti-woke side. You know what I mean? They're the anti-woke crusaders. And as years go by, you will see more, like, at least classically trained actors and shit play roles, because there's always, like...
Has canceled
all day.
Hollywood has canceled Mason.
I want a Hunter x Hunter live action. I want to watch it with XQC. Smile. Yeah. Long react to J. Aubrey Mormon mom update instead of SNL? No. What is this? Adam Driver reacts to someone asking about criticizing the crash scenes in Ferrari as pretty harsh, drastic, and cheesy.
What do you think about crash scenes? That they looked pretty harsh, drastic, and I must say, cheesy for me. What do you think about that?
Fuck you, I don't know.
It's a good answer. I don't know if you guys know this, but Adam Driver is not my ugly hot king. My ugly hot king is Bear. What was his name? Was it Jeremy Allen White or whatever? Yeah, Jeremy Allen White is the ugly hot goat. Ugly? Die? Come on, can we be for real? Jeremy Allen White is just hot, dude. He's not ugly hot. You are dumb as fuck. Y'all are fucking insane, dude. Oh my God. Jeremy Allen White is 100% peak ugly hot. Like, he's actually the guy. Be for fucking real. I am so right, and you are so wrong on this. You're just jealous? I'm not. I love him. I love him. What do you mean I'm jealous? I love him. I think he is peak. He is peak man. Look at this. Look at this motherfucker jogging up and down Runyon Canyon. Look how fucking hot his body is. His face, not as much. I think he is ugly hot. He's not hot ugly. He's ugly hot. I will stand by that. This is yet another certified Hasanabi banger take that will go down in time. Just like all the things I said about, like, a ceasefire in Ukraine and how it's an absolute necessity in America's interest in Ukraine not being honest ones and earnest ones, and that's why they're going to leave him down the line to get absolutely fucking slaughtered. Just like, and everyone yelled at me when I said it, and I was fucking right then, and I'm right now. Just like when I said Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is a mecha anime. It's a flesh mecha. Everyone yelled at me, and now everyone's coming around to my fucking point. Just like when I said America deserved 9/11, it's blowback. Just like everyone yelled at me back then, and then they fucking came around to my position a couple years later, okay? Just like when I said Luffy is a terrorist, and people yelled at me, and then they came around to that position. Telling you now, telling you fucking right now, dude, Jeremy Allen White is peak ugly hot, but, like, he transcends the genre, okay? He is in a league of his own. What about him is ugly hot? His face. You're 100% right on this. His like he just has like a weird looking face, but it doesn't matter. It's hot. If you think Adam Driver is ugly hot, then this man is the definition, okay? I don't consider Adam Driver anything, really. I consider this man to be the peak of this. It's fine. It's okay. Yo, they made a movie about this dude who makes candy and lured kids into his factory to test stuff in them. What? It's okay. It's okay. They hated him because he said the truth, right? Like, it's fine. Much like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, they hated him because he said the truth. It's okay. You'll come around to it. He took your everyone can be a 7-10 to everyone can be a 10-10 for real. Like, he is exactly what I'm talking about. He has such a unique look, mostly because of his face. He looks French. That's a diss, dude, if I've ever heard one. All right. Before we dive into Curtis Connor, I just want to say they really need to stop giving this man stuff to hold up. Okay? The president, which for those of you who don't know, there's a president. Israel also has a president. Okay? His name is Isaac Herzog. Okay? And for those of you who also don't know, he's very famous for consistently, I mean, he's a bit of a joke regardless, like he's powerless, whatever. But he's also known for consistently fucking, like, doing the classic, like, America found WMDs in Iraq shit, but for Palestine. And it's always a flop. Not that it fucking matters, because honestly, yeah, it just doesn't matter. These guys, the Israeli defense position has been just to lie relentlessly and mercilessly and just do a barrage of lies over and over again consistently, because like no one is in the business of fact checking you anyway. But it's pretty funny to have this guy be the guy who lies so frequently. There's a new poll out: Jeremy Allen White hot, ugly hot, or just ugly? Why are people saying ugly? What the fuck? How are there people voting for ugly? What is wrong with you guys? Jeremy Allen White is not ugly. Y'all are ugly in the soul if you think that. Anyway, so he came out. Yeah, Labor Party guy, by the way. This is the left in Israel. Okay, listen. Labor Party is not even a thing. Okay, it's just non-existent. All right, let's see what he had to do today.
Thousands or hundreds of thousands of people supporting by their demonstrations, supporting Hamas. I want to show you something exclusive, Laura. So this is Adolf Hitler's book, translated to Arabic, Mein Kampf. It's the book that led to the Holocaust and the book that led to World War II. This is the book that led to his victory in elections in Germany, which led to...
Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? Bro, honestly, you don't even need to like the thing is, you don't need to do all of this. Like, everybody's on board, right? Like, everyone in the media is on board. Everyone in the political sphere is on board with, you know, letting Israel kill as many babies as possible. They're like, please kill more babies. Go ahead. We're going to keep giving you more money. We're going to keep giving you more weapons to kill babies with. And this guy's still like, I'm imagining him just being like, well, you know, this is a multi-front war effort. Like, I got to do my part. And he's just coming up with new and unique ways of you know, trying to play a role here. And his role is just the guy who shows you the stupidest thing you've ever seen that, like, only the silliest people are going to get on board with. Like, he tried this already with the Al-Qaeda manual, he said. Okay. Even if this is true, they found a single copy in a place of 2.2 million people. Like, it's not like they found a factory mass producing them. Yeah. Like, it's also fresh too. Like, to be honest, most people do fall for this. No. There's so much better propaganda that you can do. Like when they go into a school, right? Like, I've watched the news coverage. My friends will sometimes like send me videos and be like, is this real? Like, what's going on here? So the better way to do propaganda would be to just... Ugly Hot wins, by the way. Ugly Hot won by 56%. Everybody get fucked. I can't believe 13% said Jeremy Allen White is ugly. Y'all are stupid. Anyway, like, better propaganda in this circumstance would be something along the lines of just like going to a school and showing the school, and then like the building next to the school has a munitions depot, and then you're just like, look, this is a munitions depot inside of the school. And these little children, like you imply without actually saying that like little babies are making the bombs or some shit, right? Like that is better propaganda than this. This is just dumb as fuck. It also doesn't really make sense. Also, the thing I just mentioned, good propaganda, they have done that. So that's where I was coming from with this. My man is planting evidence like a 90s episode of Cops. No, the funniest part about it is that he's not even like planting good evidence. You know what I mean? What I just gave you an example of is like good evidence, at least being like, oh, that trying to imply that the children are also somehow responsible for like the artillery making. That's good evidence because at least like now you are trying to find like a moral permissibility for like a moral basis for why you're killing so many children, right? This is not good evidence because what do you mean? Like, oh, they have a copy of Mein Kampf. You found a copy of Mein Kampf, so we should just start killing everyone in Palestine? Like, what the fuck? Like, what a psychotic fucking... This only works if you're like if you've completely lost the plot. You know what I mean? Anyway.
The worst atrocity of humankind, which the British fought against. Well, this book was found just a few days ago in northern Gaza in a children's...
Oh yeah, in a children's library? Bro, he's a... Dude, Isaac is a fucking anti-CRT guy, anti-woke guy. Okay? He's trying to blow up the library because he found a book. Law tip. This is why a jury trial is a threat for prosecutors and defense attorneys alike. People are stupid enough to believe something like this, and those people sit on juries. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's the worst law tip I've ever heard.
Living room, which was turned into a military operation base of Hamas, on the body of one of the terrorists and murderers of Hamas, and he wrote notes.
Yes! I didn't even watch this whole video. He even marked it. This is a studious Hamas man. Is annotated. This terrorist, 7 years old. Look at his handwriting. Is 7 years old.
He marked and learned again and again Adolf Hitler's ideology of hating the Jews, of killing the Jews, of burning the Jews, of slaughtering the Jews. This is the real warrior act. So all those...
Go ahead, journalism lady. Please, you are the BBC. You are British Broadcasting. Please ask one question about how stupid what he is doing here. Like, just please, let's see if there's any pushback whatsoever to be like, I'm sorry, what are you trying to say? You misheard it. It's not a child's library. It's a child's living room. Yeah. He's saying it was a child's library or living room to basically then turn around and say it turned into a munitions depot.
Who demonstrated yesterday, I'm not saying that all of them support Hitler, but all I'm saying is by omitting to understand what Hamas ideology is all about, they're basically supporting this ideology.
There will be many people who were on this.
That's awesome. What is this? Wow. Video now with English subtitles. On the day he is named Jewish Agency Chair, Isaac Herzog, Israel's leader of the opposition for the last 5 years, slams romantic relations between Jews and non-Jews in the USA as an actual plague, for which he hopes to find a solution. What the fuck? That's crazy. That seems insane to say. What? My man, wait. He's upset about miscegenation in America? Like, it's not enough that miscegenation is happening in Israel, which is a problem for a lot of the fucking freaks there, okay? But he's like, even in America, you can't have that. Last summer, I traveled with his wife to the USA for vacation. I graduated from a Jewish school in New York. And we met to meet friends. I have a ton of friends in the USA. And I encountered something that I called an actual plague. I saw my friends' children married or coupled with non-Jewish partners.
And
the parents beat their breasts and ask questions and
ושואלים
are
שאלות
suffering.
ומתייסרים, ותשמע, זה בכל משפחה
Listen, it's every
בארצות הברית,
it's
ואנחנו
every Jewish
מדברים
family in the USA, and we're talking about
על מיליונים.
millions.
התרחקות עצומה של...
And then I said that there must be a campaign, a
אמרתי
solution.
שחייבת להיות מערכה, חייב להיות פתרון, צריך לשבור את הראש. איך פותרים את
We
העניין
have to
הזה?
rack our brains to figure out how to solve this great challenge. Bro, worry about your own country, homie. What the fuck is going on? He's mad that he's the only Jewish boy in his friends group who didn't have to have an Asian girlfriend in college. What? Jesus. I know the orthodoxy in Judaism can get weird about marrying outside of Jewish rules, but this guy takes it to another level. Brother, this is a ridiculous thing to say under every circumstance. I get mad when people, like, even though it's not my place at all, I get mad when fucking people say this about, like those who marry or date outside of, like, you know, not to get too much into black people's business, but, like, I get annoyed when people have, like, miscegenation takes about that as well in a woke way, right? And I would never consider it appropriate in any meaningful capacity if, like, some Muslim dude, some Muslim leader was like, yeah, so many of these Muslim men and women are marrying outside the faith. I'd be like, shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Suck my dick, you know? It's ridiculous. This happens in every culture. It's the same for religious Muslims. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. It's unacceptable in every shape or form, except the difference is due to heavy Orientalism and due to Islamophobia running fucking rampant, like Dr. Umar, for example, is not the president of Israel, okay? Like, nobody looks at Dr. Umar and goes like, well, that's a serious guy. He holds a tremendous amount of political power. And no one looks at like some fucking Iranian cleric or whatever if they said some shit like that, like on a memory TV translated video. Everyone would laugh at it. Like, Dr. Umar is a meme. This guy is not a meme. He has like actual, I mean, he holds like a little bit of weight as the president, but like, it's crazy that he is like an actual politician who's supposed to be on the woke side, the more liberal, the more tolerant side. Nuts. Anyway, let's take a look at what Trump had to say for some lighter coverage. My king.
And we're becoming a drug haven. You know, China many years ago was being taken over by much smaller countries because they were all drugged out on the poppy field.
Kids guide the President Trump free. Learn Trump's achievements and visions for the USA. Dude, what the fuck? FreeTrumpBook.com? What is happening? You get this shit? Yo, your kid reads this, he is becoming a school shooter 100%. Okay? You've broken your child. Oh my God, is that Ozempic Mike Huckabee? Did Mike Fuckabee write this?
The poppy, the drugs, heroin, different drugs, but they were all drugged out. The nation was drugged out, and then along came a very powerful leader. You know who that is? And he said, no more. And from that time pretty much until now, they've been strong, but they were all drugged out, and they were, I mean, our nation's becoming that way, okay? Our nation's becoming that way. You look at our nation, it's, that you almost say, how does it survive when so many people are absolutely sick from drugs and drug overdose and all of the things that go with it? And we're becoming a drug haven. You know, China many years ago was being taken over by much smaller countries because they were all drugged out on the poppy fields, the drugs, heroin, different drugs, but they were all drugged out. The nation was drugged out, and then along came a very powerful leader. You know who that is? And he said, no more. And from that time pretty much until now, they've been strong, but they were all drugged out, and they were, I mean, our nation's becoming that way, okay? Our nation's becoming that way. You look.
Great leader, dude. Dude, get this man a copy of the Red Book ASAP, okay? Dude, this man is gonna let 1,000 flowers blossoms bloom. Is that the blossoms? This is it. He's gonna do Maoist third worldist dialect English. Okay, the MAGA communists were right. I was wrong. I take it back. He's about to start hitting everybody with the America. He's going to do Maoist third worldist dialect English going forward in his rallies, dude. He's doing it. Guys, I found this book. Quotations, they say, from, they call him chairman. I call him supreme leader. The greatest chairman of all time. Mao Zedong. That's right, folks. He did a cultural revolution, folks. Many people said, not good. Not good. Trump, after reading the Little Red Book.
This is a message for Comrade Swinglish. You are a coward and a revisionist, and possibly imperialist as well. Speak by the book, or suffer the consequences.
God, I love Maoist third worldist so much. They're the best. They're actually the best. Like, it's just so funny. They're so good. They're so fucking good. You've had like 7 years to work on your Trump impression. What have you been doing? Jerking off all 7 years? First of all, yes. And secondly, no, I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch fucking stupid ass. What's his face? I don't. Netanyahu. I don't want to watch stupid ass Netanyahu. Biden put out a video of Trump's hits. No, I don't care about that. All right, let's do a little bit. Let's do a little bit of brain rot, okay? Yeah, One Dime wanted me to watch this. He said the separation of powers is bad, and here's why. I will say this much about Donald Trump. I think one thing he recognizes is that it is increasingly more difficult to deal with a centrally planned economy, and in the way that like the Chinese economy is planned, with centralized power in general, within the Western world, that has let neoliberalism run rampant and completely out of control. I don't know if like One Dime's argument is going to revolve around that as well, potentially, but I think he sees that. I think a lot of leaders in the Western world kind of see that as well. And unfortunately, I think that is part of the reason why we are, edging towards barbarism rather than socialism. That's just the way I feel about it. That's how that's what I feel. All right. What is this? Don't usually agree with him, but he's on the mark here. It says Edingermentum. It's a Tate Frog meme. I don't know what this is. I'm going to look at this. Tate Sims for frogs.
Never seen a frog give a fuck ever. Frogs are G's. He's on the lily pad. Safe.
Eats the flies.
No. Flies come to him. He doesn't hunt flies. Fly, boom, done. Big boss. I've never seen.
This is a pretty fire take. You know, you don't have to. I just don't think centralized planning worked as effectively back then, but with the technology we have today, it makes a lot more sense. Oh no, 100%. It demonstrably was a failure. Every intelligent Marxist-Leninist will tell you that. Like if they're done fantasizing about the top of the hour ad break and how to avoid it, which by the way is pretty simple. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But yes, most people who look to the USSR, who look to China, okay? Most people who look to that will tell you that, yes, the technology at the time was inadequate for central planning. And it led to, imagine doing central planning without instantaneous communication for anyone. Yes, pre-internet central planning is a demonstrable failure, and trying to develop it like into the 80s and 90s, it was just not going to work out. We already have some semblance of that, like I've said already, inside of these like massive corporations anyway. I'm not a cybersyn truther. I'm just simply stating that there is there's a lot better opportunities here. I just saw you yesterday in Long Beach. Hell yeah. How was Neiman Price? It was great. I'm not going to watch this former conservative versus former liberals. Let's look at I'm going to do a little bit of terrorism.
Watching NBC from the Adrian Arst Center for the Performing Arts in Florida. It's the third Republican debate.
It's over. That was the last sketch. Should I know the tiny horse lore? Yeah, no, I don't know. SNL isn't just white people humor, it's white theater kid humor, which is so much worse. SNL's collective punishment, dude. Yeah, well, sometimes let me have a little bit of fun with collective punishment. How about that? Why is it that I never get to have fun? Okay? All right. Hasanabe has a right to protect herself and her interests. Thank you. All right, I took a vision healing masterclass from friend of the show, Curtis Connor, and a deep dive into Potterheads. I think we should do the vision healing masterclass.
I'm going to follow these steps for a week and see if it has any actual impact on my eyesight.
The eyes can change. This is their eye before, and that's their eye after. Get 10 minutes of morning light or sun directly on your face. I know I can.
No, Potterheads is better. The reason why I wanted to look at this vision masterclass shit is because specifically I've been following on Brad Trammell's latest journey, and he has uncovered this like new wave of, I mean, he does such a great job of basically putting together Instagram reels of like all of the stuff that I usually see randomly, but he like perfectly brings them together. Like this one specifically, okay? Here. Careers that will help bring in new earth. Energy healers. The future of healing is based on frequency. Herbalists and neuropathic doctors to help us return to medicine. Heart-led sales reps. Can you bring Kai in here? Show us. Y'all ain't never seen throat chakra like this before, okay? You don't have to bring Fiona in here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Kaya, come. Come here, Kaya.
Wednesday is my favorite day of the week because this is the day that I deep clean my house from top to bottom, and it's the secret to my first $1 million. But when I was hiring wealth mentors, they all told me that I had to delegate the cleaning and delegate the childcare, and I knew I didn't want to do that. And I also knew that when I didn't do these things so that I could work more, a very small percentage of the work that I was doing was actually usable. The beautiful thing about understanding an Enneagram is you can dissect the systems that govern your life.
There's just so much about this where I'm like, a wealth mentor? Like, what the fuck is that? What does that even mean? What's happening? But then also, these guys are like, they have like wealth mentors while also simultaneously like, it's like new age hippie granola shit with like unlocking your chakra specifically so you can make money. Like, there's no better representation of like the neoliberal monoculture, capitalism specifically, eroding all matter of like alternative subgenres and turning them into yet another wealth aspiration seminar conducted by grifters who want to make money. It's crazy because it's like how do we go from this? Like, these guys, I mean, they've always been grifters. They've been like cults, right? Most of the time, like these grifters who have their own cults, they would use that cult to do like weird sex stuff, not to like, make passive income, rich dad, poor dad style, easy money grabs. It's so odd. What's weird sex stuff? Like all of those cults that, I don't know, they end up doing weird, they end up having these like, weird sex tangents and orgies and shit like that. Plant-based soy energy landlord raised my rent again. Yeah. Nice.
Life. For example, time, the fourth dimension that governs your life. When we look at real time, which is flow on an Enneagram, we see that it has 3 distinct states. My wealth mentors believed that flow only had 1 state, which is active and productivity. When I was too active, I wasn't doing great work. That's because truly great work comes from neutral time, the moments where mentally things aren't going in or out, where new ideas can be revealed to you. No one else will teach you these secrets. Get the free book. Wednesday is my favorite day of the week because this is the day that I deep clean my house from top to bottom, and it's the secret to my first $1 million. But when I was hiring wealth mentors, they all told me that I had to delegate the cleaning and delegate the childcare, and I knew I didn't want to do that. And I also knew that when I didn't do these things so that I could work more, a very small percentage of the work that I was doing was actually usable. The beautiful thing about understanding an Enneagram is you can dissect the systems that govern your life. For example, time, the fourth dimension that governs your life. When we look at real time, which is flow on an Enneagram, we see that it has 3 distinct states. My wealth mentors believed that flow only had 1 state, which is active and productivity. When I was too active, I wasn't doing great work. That's because truly great work comes from neutral time, the moments where mentally things aren't going in or out, where new ideas can be revealed to you. No one else will teach you these secrets. Get the free book. Wednesday is my favorite day of the week because this is the day that I deep clean my house from top to bottom, and it's the secret to my first $1 million. But when I was hiring wealth mentors, they all told me that I had to delegate the cleaning and delegate the childcare, and I knew I didn't want to do that. And I also knew that when I didn't do these things so that I could work more, a very small percentage of the work that I was doing was actually usable. The beautiful
I'm so glad that it ran again, because honestly, some of y'all needed to learn that lesson. That at the top of the hour, your health chakra unlocks when you realize that there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see that ad break, okay, and you want the wealth chakra to unlock, you got to get your money up and not your funny up. How do you do that? By subscribing for $5 or for free. Here's my free ebook that you can purchase. Just kidding. There is no free ebook, but there is a free way to unlock the health chakra and the wealth chakra. It's called a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's move on to this one. This is awesome too.
Abundance. It's the 25th most abundant element in the Earth's
Copper
crust.
is the metal of abundance.
Copper helps bring forth abundance in the
Susie
sense
B,
of
thank you for the
attracting
550
money,
subs.
prosperity, and peace of mind due to its.
Miss Susie B, is that a fucking Ollie G reference, by the way? Hey, get out of there, okay? Lay your ass down, girl. Lay your ass down, girl. It's a JoJo reference. Oh, it's Ollie G's Majuli.
Grounding abilities. Copper is also used to stimulate the flow of energy. It's able to magnify energy and vibration, as well as helps keep negative energy at bay. Tap in. We are using ancient technology in modern times.
Yeah.
Copper, the metal of a.
She believed she was God. She now knows that that was a lie and Jesus Christ is Lord. Okay, there's a trigger warning here. This one is going to kill you. I'm just letting you guys know. Trigger warning on this one. This might actually kill you. You know how, like, in the past, I've shown you guys really cringe videos? Like that one lady that Discord loves and posts all the time, which makes me want to fucking nuke Discord. Honest question, if you know this is all grifter bullshit, why do you keep watching it? You have given us this analysis already. What? Because it's fun? Like, I don't know. I enjoy what I enjoy looking at these fucking weird people. Like, it's fun memes. What? Motherfuckers really come in here and they go, no fun allowed, by the way. It's kind of crazy.
Daddy.
Oh!
This is the daddy of my children.
This is the mommy of my seed.
Daddy of my womb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aww. Yeah.
My baby's in 4 years.
In 4 years or 5?
4.
4 years.
Maybe 5.
Yeah. Or 3.
Oh, true.
No, not 3.
Maybe next year.
No, not a dad next
when
year.
it will be a date?
Not next year.
No.
He fucking changes it. Yo, he shifted the voice real quick. No, next year. He pulled out of the baby voice real quick. No, not next year, milady. What do you mean? How dare you? How dare you say such a thing, milady? Brother, I can smell this video. Yeah, they said it's a joke video. Okay, I mean, yeah. Still
one
cringe.
thing that manifestation coaches don't want you to know.
So this is my favorite one. Why is it my favorite one? Because, like, manifestation coaches are already a grift, right? Like, manifestation.
You don't.
Manifestation is already a grift. Manifestation coaches are already a grift. But then, like, this is a secondary grift on top of that, where it's like, this is the one thing manifestation coaches don't want you to know. She's like meta grifting. Yes, exactly, chatter. Like, it's crazy to me that we've moved on to secondary markets. There's a cottage industry within this already, like, weird thing that is a grift to begin with. It's like having a pyramid scheme, a timeshare within a timeshare. You know what I mean? He goes, manifestation is not a grift. How about you manifest some bitches? Okay.
Need to believe that the manifestation is happening for you for it to come into your life. No, you don't.
The self-assuredness of these people is so awesome. I love that. That's one of my favorite parts, where it's like, yeah, actually, you're going to like this one. Guess what? Manifestation coaches, they don't want you hearing this. They hate this one weird trick. It's real simple. You don't actually have to manifest it at all.
You don't need to sit there and do subconscious work and mindset shifts. Yes, they are helpful. However, you believing and sitting in this affirmation daily that it's occurring for you.
By the way, it's like, fuck yeah, dude. What is this music? The background. I manifested you watching my video. Okay.
Does not need to occur. All you need to do is know that that frequency exists and hold that frequency. So practice this with me. Think of a manifestation and say, mind, show me the frequency of the manifestation you're thinking.
Like, oh God, she's so confident. I'm just jealous, dude. I'm jelly beans. I see a fucking very clearly bisexual woman who is self-assured and confident, and I get jealous. I get jelly beans, okay? The grift is now just having people pay you to tell them how they're being grifted. Really? Is that, are you making a joke about me? Because, like, I don't really, like, you don't have to pay me at all. So, why aren't you following the video, Blood? I am.
Yep. That right there. You know it is possible. You've seen somebody else do it, correct? So it's in the quantum field, correct? All the universe needs from you is for you to one thing that manifests.
No, it got off too soon. Light codes for psychic protection from Earth Star Academy. I feel like this is like a new age version of the fucking, you know, the snake charmers, right? Like in the Baptist churches in the South when they're like speaking in tongues and stuff, and they're like, the power of Christ compels you, that type of shit. Like, but it's just like a new age version of the Pentecostal stuff. Yeah, not Baptist, sorry, the Pentecostal stuff. However, it's also kind of like an Orientalist. Not Baptist, apostolic. Wait, are you a theoretical physicist? So how do you know quantum manifestation isn't real? I don't fucking. I just like, I don't know. If magical thinking was real, trust me, you know, all my enemies would be dead. I'd be thinking real hard about that shit. At least this one sounds good. Oh, this is awesome. This guy is now Reverend Dr. Nick Eagle.
Dissertation has been accepted, and I was in need of one more name upgrade. The spirit of the hawk will always be very special to me, but is bowing down with respect to the eagle. Hereforward, I'll be Reverend Dr. Nick Eagle. My healing sanctuary will be Eagle Vortex. Next up, I'm flying to a high-tech lab so they can monitor my brainwaves so I can prove...
He's being flown into a high-tech lab so they can monitor his brainwaves, dude. It's fucking awesome. I mean, where did he get this doctorate?
Prove to the world that I'm able to enter these advanced states. And my book, The Golden Law...
I need to see more of this motherfucker. I need to see more of him because he was like another fan favorite of mine. This one says, I love Instagram Reels. It wasn't until I spent 93 days as a hostage in the Somali desert where my only daily meal was a small tin of tuna fish I had to eat with my fingers or a tampon applicator I found that I realized that it was time to address the long disordered relationship with food. What?
Personality is one that I do make a very good hostage because I'm very introspective and actually, I think.
Bro, what? It wasn't until I was being held hostage in the desert by Somali pirates in 2011 that I realized I had been holding myself hostage for most of my life. In order to truly be free, I wasn't going to have to pay the ransom demand. And that was going to look like allowing myself sacred moments of joy, allowing myself to eat desserts. Okay, to be fair, if I'm a white lady that got held hostage by Somali pirates for like a year, I'm never shutting the fuck up about it. White people go on semester at sea, okay? And they start saying Barcelona. Bitch, you were there on a cruise for 3 days. Like, you didn't do shit, dog. You're not worldly. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, yeah. If I'm some, like, white lady from Minnesota and I get fucking apprehended by Somali pirates, that's my entire brand, okay? That is my entire brand forever, in perpetuity. You know, this one, I think is valid. She's valid. She's fucking valid. Straight up. Why do you always use Minnesota stop? Yeah. She's the most normal that person can be. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't get more normal than that. Okay. Anyway, here's something that is abnormal though.
Awesome.
Dr. Nick Eagle. I need to see more of this guy. Oh, he's got an Instagram.
Patient, but told the patient this is not morphine. This is a new vitamin we have found out, vitamin B17.
What the fuck is this? He goes, you.
Gave a morphine drip to the patient, but told the patient this is not morphine. This is a new vitamin we have found out, vitamin B17, which will cure your disease, may not take your pain out. Would you believe 88% of the people...
If he wasn't constantly doing this, I wouldn't know that I need to hear him out. You know what I mean? I love this type of shit. I love this type of shit where it's like it's so sick. He evolved from hawk to eagle.
The morphine running intravenously did not have pain relief. Then they crossed over. The same patient took the other side, produced a pain, started a saline drip.
What is he doing? What is he doing? He does like kung fu. Okay, this shit's fire. TikTok reacts could never. Half of the fucking TikTok reacts is some like fuckboy going, this, so much this, and then it's just like someone else's video. At least this guy's doing meth, okay? And he's doing kung fu meth as well. Meth kung fu.
And told the patient, this is the latest saltomorphin. Very, very effective. Your pain should go like that. And everybody's pain went. Then did a concurrent fMRI. Do you know what it showed? When the patient believed, mark my words, believed his doctor and had...
Okay, this is so boring. Wait.
Stop telling people thank you for your service. You have no idea why they serve. Maybe they couldn't hold a job, they're sick of selling drugs, and they did it for the benefits.
Yo, is he fucking sick? Yo, I take it back. He's based. On Veterans Day, I'm an Air Force veteran. You have no idea why they decided to serve the U.S. military. Maybe they couldn't keep a job, or they were sick of selling drugs, and they did it for the benefits of the GI Bill. I didn't do it for you or to protect you, and neither did most other people, unless they were programmed by the government to think they're really protecting us and not serving lies, greed, and corruption. I support love and peace. I want to thank all of those who did not serve. Wake up. I still love you. Okay, this guy is my favorite now. Yo, he is fucking awesome, dude. He said, fuck the veterans. He said, fuck the veterans. The real ones are the ones who didn't serve. Yo.
For their own good. I didn't do it to protect you, and neither did most people. The ones who think that they are protecting, they're not. They're serving lies, greed, and corruption. I want to thank all of you who did not serve, because I'm very anti-war and military. Wake up. I still love you. Stop telling.
This guy is awesome. This is so sick. He's awesome. He's out of his mind, dude. Wake up. I want to thank those. This is your worst post yet. I like a lot of your content. Some not so much. This one's garbage, though. I joined for the opportunity to be better than my life. Then I re-enlisted 4 times after that, with the 4th one being in Iraq fighting Al-Qaeda. So no, I didn't do it to stop selling drugs, and neither countless other of my friends. You want to know what stoicism is? Look through my profile, and you'll see some examples. I'm not looking through this profile, but giving thanks for people who lay down their life to protect the idea of patriotism is not only required, but should be mandatory. Regardless of reason, it's a selfless thing to do. My man said everyone has to get a piece of this fucking, child killing machine. He's Kundalini pilled too. I'm him pilled, okay? Oh my God. Top 5 ways to raise your Kundalini energy.
Top 5 ways to raise your Kundalini. Number 5, stop creating harmful emotions. Stop pretending that they're coming from out there and hitting you and you're feeling them. You're creating them. Number 4, pure body. Every poison you put in the...
See, here's the thing. How the fuck do these guys get so many tattoos? Like, you have to at least have a job, right? Or you're like fucking a tattoo artist or something. Because, like, there's no way that... Like, this guy's tatted up with, like, at least 14 grand worth of tats, okay? Like, that's a lot. That's a lot of disposable income that you just have laying around. You know what I mean? Jail, bro? No, those aren't jail tats. What are you talking about? This guy had to have been a toxic theater teacher before this. Could have gotten in prison. No, those aren't jail tattoos at all, brother. What are you talking about?
Ejaculating for pleasure is extremely foolish. And I would have once said, sure, man, whatever, dude.
Hawk talk? Wait, is he an eagle or is he a hawk? Because he's Dr. Reverend Nick Eagle on here, but here he's Nick Hawk. He has a branding problem. He needs to figure that shit out.
I am someone that you need to listen to. I do not want you to suffer. I want you to be all powerful. Stop coming. You're plugged into a world of nonsense. Refrain from that and alcohol for a month and see what happens. You'll begin to create and you'll never go back. Grow your awareness. What happens after you come? You're depleted. You want to roll over. You want to go to sleep. How does that make sense that that's a...
Dude, the anti-coming guys are out of control. They're everywhere, dude. I don't know if it's because of like just unfettered access to pornography at an early age for many of the upcoming generation or what it is. And there's like people that are just like trying to get you out of that funk. It's crazy. There's a variety. There's a cum retention for every different industry, every different vertical. I'm almost certain if I were to look hard enough, I would find a cum retention guy that also like talks about accounting. You know what I mean? Like top 5 ways to do cum retention while working for one of the top 4 accounting firms or consulting agencies. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. There is like a cum retention guy in every field. NoFap is Ramadan for incels.
It's a good thing. 1 drop of that stuff is equal to many drops of the vitality of blood. And when you do not come and waste it, it feeds the brain. It activates the brain.
Yeah, apparently he was on a reality TV show called Gigolos. Anyway,
this hurts your chances of releasing Kundalini. Number 3.
Dude, okay, I can't watch this anymore. I can't do this. It's too much. Half of those vids remind me of people monologuing after some hour, dude. Problem with cum retention and accounting is that they always carry through the cum deductions over the multiple financial years. That's a good one. Bill Burr's wife flips off Trump and hoggers are mad. Yeah. Hate. After Bill Burr's wife, Naya Renee Hill's hateful display last night, many people are calling for Bill to be canceled. Remember, he's got to live with this hateful woman. Surely that's punishment enough. Naya has a long history of hateful words and actions. Don't attack Bill Burr. Instead, pity him. He and his children have to live with her. God, I hope Trump gets coronavirus. Well, she did. Maybe Manifestation Israel. She's hated him for a long time. Thanks to Michelle Witzel for digging these up. Started to watch Miss Universe, but forgot that asshole Trump was involved. #pass. Naya has been fucking awesome since 2012. She's the best. She's the reason why Bill Burr is actually hasn't become like Nia, not Naya, sorry. Vay be. Amına koyayım, Türkler beni şey yapıyorlar ya, düzelttiriyorlar. Bak Türkçe söylüyor. Vay amına koyayım ya. Ne hale geldik. 2023 senesinde inanamıyorum ha. Bana adam Türkçe benim İngilizce ismini Amerikan bir komedyenin karısının adını Türkçe bana düzelttiriyor ya. Vay anasını. Helal olsun. Arkadaşlar helal olsun. Sabah akşam dinliyorum Bilbür'ü. He's right. He's telling me in Turkish how to say Bill Burr's wife's name properly. And then I commended him for it. And he said, every morning, day and night, I listen to Bill Burr. I mean, he's awesome. I love Bill. Bilbür'ü. Bilbür. Anyway, my point is, Bilbür'ü. Yeah. My point is, Nia is the reason why Bill Burr is awesome still and is like not the same out of touch piece of shit that like Bill Maher is, for example. Obviously, I'm not even comparing them actually because even Bill Maher's best doesn't even touch Bill Burr's worst day, right? Bill Burr has a funny bit on making fun of the military.
Making fun of the military, you know, which you can't do now. Like we totally went from Vietnam, all the hippies being like, "Hey man, you're like a baby killer, man." To like now you got to give like a standing ovation when they walk over to Delta. You know what I mean? You know, show that you're not in ISIS. Like I don't know what you have to do. Thank you. You know? So I do this bit making fun of the military a little bit. And the first time I did it at a VFW to make sure that it was funny in the right way. And it killed. It was even a dude, he lost his legs. He almost fell out of his chair, dying laughing, going, dude, that is so true.
So you got approval from
that.
veterans.
So then I'm doing it in front of regular people, you know what I mean? So the second Everybody has a good time with it except one person. He came all the way up to the front and just didn't even heckle, just started yelling. He just, hey, show some respect. He starts yelling at me like he's my dad, right? So he's like 100 pounds overweight. I'm like, why don't you show some respect and lose a little weight? Next time you have the middle seat on a flight, you won't be spilling over onto your fellow Americans. No, I know, that's off limits because now fat people are heroes. Everybody is a hero now.
Everyone's a hero.
No, I'm going to tell you about fat people. Your organs are not giving you a standing ovation as you walk over to the refrigerator again. What you're doing is dangerous. You got children, lay off the ice cream. It's so brave. It's so brave to be out of that, you know, so whatever. So that guy, oh, my God. It's like the walls. It's like you're in this walk-in closet of what can be funny. And meanwhile, there's like a swirl of trash with every toothbrush he ever used spinning around the Pacific Ocean. Nobody cares. God forbid you tease the Navy a little bit and people have like a conniption.
Well, what did you say about the military that got people so mad? Or this one guy so mad?
I was just saying, like, yeah, the guy who flies the fighter jet, okay, and has missile shot at him, that guy's a hero. However, if you're the guy that, like, points in the direction that the plane takes off in, you know what I mean? We're kind of watering down.
True. Dude, that's awesome. Oh, Jesus.
What is heroic behavior?
You don't think that guy, the guy who points in the direction is...
Yeah, the guy doing Warrior One, like the yoga pose. Like the battlefield is that way. No, but everything has just become that. It's just become like this,
right.
this, you know, that whole first responder thing, you know, all these like code words you have to say. It's so stupid. I'm a first responder. I love that one. It's like, dude, I called you. I saw the fire. What am I? What are you, like ESP? We just want to thank our first responders and just everything has just become...
That's pretty good. I called you. The guys pointing the planes are also the most annoying military motherfuckers on the planet, too. Ha ha ha. Palestinians are dying, but it has been too much since the conflict began. I love you, man. Thank you. Thank you for coming in here. Thank you for coming in here to update everybody that, like, on one fucking Sunday. Hey, you gave up on Palestine interviews because you were losing your audience? Omega lol. Nothing says you absolutely love the subject matter like fucking tying it up to like one Sunday where I have a short stream. Yeah. Follow date November 3rd. İzleyicinin böyle saçma bir fikri düşmesinin temel sebebi sensin. Kurt mevzusuyla Filistin mevzusunu tutarsan Türkiye'de it's fucking there you go. Oh, it's a oh Jesus. He's like a fucking Turkish nationalist piece of shit. Oh, jeez, Lord mercy. It's so awkward when someone thanks me for my service. I'm like, appreciate it. In my head, I'm just thinking about getting shit-faced, doing awful shit for the next 4 years. Yeah. This guy doesn't even give a shit. He doesn't even want me to fucking... You're feeling right? You should show what is going on in Gaza lately. Why are you in TwitchCon, though? Why haven't you talked about Jews who are stepped into American Congress buildings? And he's fucking anti-Semitic. What are you trying to prove, bro? Aren't those guys who killed 1 million Iraqi for alleged chemical weapons? Completely out of topic. What do you think about that 103rd? Yeah, okay, dude. So what? We should terrorize terrorism with terrorism? Yeah, Hamas can catch missile, the gifted missile that catches up to 10 Mach that is sent from space. No, that's ESL, the Jewish Voice for Peace protest in the Capitol. Oh, he was just trying to talk about that. Well, regardless, we banned him for being a fucking idiot. Yeah. Called you Albanian, the worst thing that a Turkish nationalist can say to me, other than Greek, is Albanian. I love that you make them Eastern European when they have typos. Yeah. The thanking for service is an American thing. Yes. It's funny because, like, I mean, I guess there's a lot of reverence for Mehmetçik in Turkey as well, but it's not to the same. It's like, weirdly enough, like, I've never once thought about, like, thanking my dad for his fucking service. Like, everybody did mandatory service in Turkey. You know what I mean? That's, like, so stupid. Like, you would never think, because, like, everyone at a certain age, everyone after a certain age is, like, served in the military. So, like, you would never in a million years think about, like, oh, thank you for your service, sir. Like, you'd have to, everybody be saluting each other non-fucking stop. Every male over the age of, like, 20 would be constantly saluting one another back and forth. Anyway, thank you for your service. A post 9/11 civic engagement slogan. Yeah, 100%. It's another way to like try and justify the War on Terror, which was stupid as fuck and killed a shit ton of people and was devastating to the entire planet, and it was done under false pretense. Shitting on Greeks so much, but you wouldn't have content if it wasn't for Greeks inventing democracy. You're welcome. Thanks, man. Thank you for your service. How about thanking me for my service? I'm out here in the fucking content trenches, okay? Busting ass, day in, day out. Busting, okay? Nonstop. All right. I'm not going to do the Vision Healing one. I want to do the Potterheads.
My debut stand-up special, Keep Busy, premieres tonight on my website at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So I don't care what you're doing tonight. Cancel it. Grab a group of your friends and watch the special together. It's going to be so great. I'll be there too during the premiere. I'll be in the chat talking to everybody and watching along with you because it's really funny. But if you're busy tonight, that's okay.
Wait, where is it? What the fuck? Where is it? 2 days ago. Oh shit, we missed it.
You can still buy and stream the special until November 24th. For those of you who don't know, I've been actually doing stand-up comedy for longer than I've been making YouTube videos. I'm really proud of the special. I'm incredibly happy with how it turned out. We worked really hard on it, and it was really expensive, so it would mean a lot if you guys checked it out. There's also some really cool exclusive merch pieces like a signed poster and a super cool graphic tee, all designed by Kel Lauren, that you can only get your hands on if you buy the special. So click the link in the description, and I'll see you guys tonight, November 10th at 8 p.m. Eastern. If you watch the special or not, thank you so much for the support, and enjoy this video. See ya. I solemnly swear I am goated with the sauce. Folks! Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was released June 26, 1997. A book about an orphaned wizard boy destined for greatness, navigating his first year at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Due to the immediate success of this book, author J.K. Rowling began writing more and more installations into the Harry Potter series, ultimately writing 7 novels. Along the way, immensely successful movie adaptations were created that absolutely catapulted the popularity of the Harry Potter franchise to levels never seen before. They made Harry Potter games. The first 3 were fucking awesome. The rest were literal dog shit. They made Harry Potter.
Fun fact about me, I've only read the Harry Potter books. I never actually watched the movies because they were not available in Turkey in a timely manner. That's right. Back then, it would take like a year sometimes for movies to come to Turkey. And I read all the books. I was in love with Cho Chang in my mind. I literally thought that like I would have dreams of dating her. I had made it up in my mind. And also, I never watched the movies until like later. And I watched like the first 3 or 4. And then I kind of got bored. But like, I mean, it's good. The movies are pretty good, I think. She's a child of Hassan. This is a problem. Yeah, so was I. What are you talking about? What? I was in like fucking 3rd grade or 4th grade or whenever the fuck it came out with that book, whichever. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't remember.
Clothing, toys, pancake mix. They even made Harry Potter cologne that I wish they handed out for free at the midnight book releases. P.U. I'm just kidding. But not really. I saw the first Harry Potter film in theaters when I was 7 years old, and I immediately fell in love with it. I remember it was November when it came out, and it hadn't snowed yet that year, and it wasn't supposed to snow for like another week. But when me and my family walked out of the movie theater, it was fucking snowing, dude. And I freaked out because I thought it was magic. But looking back now, it was just a classic case of weathermen being wrong all the time. I then started reading the books after I saw the first movie, but then I realized video games and skateboarding existed. So I just did that instead while I waited for the rest of the movies to come out. And let me tell you, dude, I was a huge Harry Potter fan growing up. I played all the video games. Dude, I got sorted into my Hogwarts house on the original Harry Potter Flash website. I also did Hogwarts roleplay on Habbo Hotel, but I'm not going to divulge any further details about that. I kept up with the Harry Potter franchise up until the last movie's 2011 release, and it felt cool watching the finale to the series that I grew up watching. Seeing the characters I grew up with also dealing with the same issues I was dealing with while becoming a young adult. I mean, not all the same issues, obviously. I mean, like evil Snake Man trying to kill you.
Happens to every teenager, man.
And when the credits rolled on the final movie, that felt like a good time for me to leave Harry Potter in the past. But for other people, the love for Harry Potter persisted.
100%. This is like, I mean, I think he's done a Disney adult video as well, but like it's very similar to that, where people are just like, things were so good back then when I was a kid and didn't have a worry in the world, and therefore I wish every day that I could go back to a world where I live like that. You know what I mean? That's like the goal. There's a major goal of like the Potterheads, in my opinion.
Hogwarts Express kept on chugging. Although the book series and main movie franchise came to an end, Harry Potter fans, also known as Potterheads, had no shortage in ways to keep the fandom alive. And look, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of a particular piece of media, but as I mentioned in my deep dive into Disney adults video that I made a couple years ago, some people take things a little too far, and that's what we're going to talk about today on this deep dive into Potterheads. So with this video, I categorized everything by making my very own Potterhead iceberg. Icebergs are a way to categorize the tame, surface level stuff and gradually work your way deeper down the iceberg until you reach the super messed up stuff. And not to sound like the Titanic here, but before we get into the iceberg, I feel like I do need to address the transphobic elephant in the room, J.K. Rowling. I feel like I can't talk about Harry Potter without mentioning the many controversies surrounding the series author, J.K. Rowling. One of the tame criticisms of J.K. Rowling is how she, like, retroactively adds shit to the Harry Potter series. Like a couple years ago when she was like, oh yeah, Dumbledore is gay, by the way. Did I not say that? Did I not tell you guys that? Yeah, the last lines of the final book were actually supposed to be, the scar had not pained Harry for 19 years. All was well. Dumbledore was gay. But I ran out of time. That's the publishing business, but that's definitely not her biggest criticism. J.K. Rowling is what many refer to as a TERF, and I don't mean a fake patch of grass. TERF, T-E-R-F. Trans exclusionary radical feminist. A person whose views on gender identity are considered hostile to transgender people or who opposes social and political policies designed to be inclusive of transgender people. So someone who's like, I'm all for equality, yeah, except fucking trans people. J.K. Rowling has posted many transphobic things on Twitter. You know, for example, 5 reasons for being worried about the new trans activism, and also claiming that the existence.
Remember, told you guys time and time again, being a TERF is a mental illness. Being trans is not a mental illness. Being transphobic is, okay? Why? Because you get the terminal case of TERF brain on the mind, where before you know it, in like sometimes less than a year, you go from, I'm actually gender critical, to we should bomb children's hospitals because some sweaty guy told me that they're cutting baby penises there. Straight up. And J.K. Rowling is 1,000% on that part, on that front. Hate is learned. It's not mental illness. No. I'm sorry. I'm classifying. No. Even mentally ill people don't deserve this comparison. No. This is a very specific genre of hatred. Okay? Because I'm sorry, at the end of the day, when you reach peak terminal levels of transphobia, you unironically start thinking everyone and anyone around you is trans. You start questioning, because gender is a social construct, you literally arrive at that apex, the fucking pivotal moment where, because gender is literally a social construct, you start transvestigating people and assuming that they're trans. And you start doing this over and over again, and you seek out others who are also doing this. Okay? Yeah, it's like CTE, developmental illness. Exactly. Thank you, Comrade Leho. Thinking Obama and Taylor Swift are trans is not just like regular old hatred. It is a different kind of hatred. It's like mentally ill hatred. It's hatred on steroids, where you start developing schizophrenia. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's totally different. What? We don't even talk about you. You get muted. It's also funny because, like I've talked about quite a lot, it unironically stems from the reality that gender is a social construct. Because if gender was so rigid and binary in the way that transphobic people claim that it is, then they would never have to transvestigate people. Obviously, you should never do that anyway, unless you're fucking insane. But like, that's the reason why they run around thinking like anyone and everyone could be trans. Oh no. Not realizing that, like, in that moment they should go, wait a minute. If anyone and everyone could be trans, maybe this gender shit is a little different than the way I have kept reinforcing in my own mind.
Of trans people erases the lived reality of women globally. She even recently claimed that she would, quote unquote,
I make this argument a lot. If it was defined by biology, there wouldn't even be a debate about it. Yeah, exactly. That's the stupidest fucking part. That's the stupidest part. The funniest, in my opinion, is when they like talk about how unnatural it is. And it's like, bro, have you seen the natural world? Okay. Have you seen nature? Like, how can you literally look to nature, which is the gayest, most queer, most fucking trans thing you can point to, where like half of the animals can like turn their dicks into pussies and shit, and you're over here being like, yeah, it's not natural to be trans like this. And it's like, what are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? There is no gender in nature. Gender is a social construct. There is no gender. There's no gender expression. Like it doesn't work that way. Nature is gender abolitionist in its entirety.
Quote, happily go to jail for using someone's incorrect pronouns.
Even sex is not fucking binary.
And go to jail.
Mr. Electric, send her to Azkaban and have her bewitched immediately.
Also, dude, what the fuck does that mean, dude? What do you mean, J.K. Rowling? What? When would that ever happen? What are you in for? DUI. Huh, classic. Driving under the influence. Nah, someone told me their pronouns and I DUI. Didn't understand it.
Oh, God.
Okay, fine, I grabbed a cop's gun. And all of those transphobic comments are pretty crazy things to say, especially when the main themes in your 7 children's novels were love, acceptance, and belonging. You know, I'd like to believe, since JK's full name is Just Kidding, I assume, that these are all just fucked up jokes, but unfortunately, they're not. She's being serious. And following these statements, a ton of cast members of the Harry Potter films spoke out against her hateful rhetoric and distanced themselves from the franchise. And since then, the topic of separating the art from the artist is always prevalent when anybody is discussing anything related to Harry Potter. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you, what content you should or shouldn't consume. Unless it's my comedy special that premieres tonight, you absolutely should consume that. But when it comes to consuming Harry Potter content that directly supports J.K. Rowling monetarily, I don't know, maybe just don't do that. Life's fine without Harry Potter, It's the fucking same. If you really want to watch children go to school that bad, I don't know, dude. That's a whole other problem you got to deal with. Like, being a die-hard Potterhead pre-transphobia was already like a side eye, but now, dude, that's not a fucking side eye. That is what's more than like a back eye, fully all the way around. This is me back eyeing you. Criminal offensive back eye. Okay, sorry, I just feel like I couldn't really make a Harry Potter video without talking about that off the top, so. Iceberg time. So this iceberg is 5 levels deep, and the Potterhead mania gets crazier the deeper we go. So the first level is casual Potterhead, watches the movies once a year, knows their Hogwarts house and their Patronus, possibly read the books once. And I feel like this is the majority of the Potterhead fandom. People who know everything about Harry Potter and how they would fit into the Harry Potter universe, but they don't really make it a part of their personality that much. I'd probably say this is the level I operated in when I was a kid. Dude, I remember getting sorted into Hufflepuff when I was a kid and having like a literal existential crisis because I wanted to get sorted into Ravenclaw. Thinking back, I think I fucking cried, which is so embarrassing. For those of you who don't know, there are 4 houses in Hogwarts where the students are sorted into, and each house is associated with certain traits.
What house are you in? Dude, I was fucking Gryffindor. Fuck you mean, dude. Harry Potter, HP, dog. Hassan Piker, Harry Potter, are you kidding me? As a kid, I was like, that's it. Do I have a scar? Like, what's happening? Am I him? I am him. That was straight up the way I consumed this material, okay? Which house do all the Turks get sorted into? That's how J.K. Rowling's mind works.
Boil it down as simple as I can. Gryffindor is good guys, Slytherin's bad guys, Ravenclaw is smart people, Hufflepuff is everybody else. And it's fucked because like Gryffindor and Slytherin are opposite, right? Good guys, bad guys. So therefore, the other houses should be opposites of each other as well. And if Ravenclaw is smart, then Hufflepuff is, I guess that would mean they're, I don't know what the opposite of smart is. I'm a Hufflepuff, we're fucking stupid. I cried when I got sorted online alone in my computer room. if I had to do that in front of like thousands of kids, if I was an 11-year-old magic boy and I sat down and some fucking person put on a magic hat and he was like, dumbass, I'd fucking transfer to a public school immediately. And usually the people in the first category also know what their Patronus is. And a Patronus is like a sort of spectral animal that protects that person when they cast the spell Expecto Patronum.
Low key, I feel like Curtis is just a Potterhead still. And he just found a permissible way of just making a 49-minute video on Harry Potter. He's just like, yeah, fuck J.K. Rowling, but also this shit was very important to my childhood. So let's talk about it. Yeah, he's got his finger on the Zoomer pulse. Do Zoomers love Harry Potter? I don't know. They do? I don't know. I always thought it was like a very millennial thing.
She expect my Patronum until I And that was one thing I never liked in the movies. I'm realizing now the first part of this iceberg is just me making fun of the movies, but let me get it out of my system. I never liked the Patronus concept in the movies because like some kids' fucking Patronus was like a grizzly bear and then another kid's would be like a rat. You're telling me both of those are gonna do the same amount of protecting? Fuck no, that's impossible. And you can't change your Patronus. Like what if you just got like a super shitty one that doesn't help you at all? Oh my god, a Dementor! That's okay. I know the perfect spell. Expecto Patronum!
What the fuck is that?
That's my Patronus. He's an early 2000s breakdancer.
I thought a Patronus was supposed to be an animal.
I'm an animal on the dance floor, brother.
Okay, well, I'm gonna kill you now.
Patronus, are you gonna do anything? Okay, let's move down one more level.
Bro, he is literally a Potterhead. He still is a Potterhead. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry to fucking put this out there. Curtis, I love you. I've kissed you in the mouth, but can't hide. You're a motherfucking Potterhead.
The iceberg. The next level is genuine Potterhead. Watches the movies several times a year and they've read every book. They straight up bring butterbeer to a pre-drink and have their own wand. They have at least one Harry Potter tattoo. Join their college's Quidditch team. This is where it starts to get a little more gnarly. Once you get a Harry Potter tattoo, there's no going back, I'm afraid. And that's coming from someone with a fucking Gooby tattoo.
I just remembered the actor who does the voice for Gooby was Robbie Coltrane, rest in peace. He also played Hagrid in the Harry Potter movies, so I kind of inadvertently have a Harry Potter tattoo.
The Deathly Hallows tattoos are a staple, obviously. That design kind of lends itself to a tattoo, and I feel like J.K. Rowling knew that when she was cooking up that design. I'm going to create a design that is so simple. But some Harry Potter tattoos are a little more questionable, like this Harry Potter full leg piece. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that you shouldn't go out on a limb there, okay? Legrid. I also found a Harry Potter forehead tattoo of the number 7 with Harry Potter's face in the number. Absolutely fucking unhinged tattoo to get. It's called a forehead, not a 7 head. Must be a Hufflepuff. I assume she got the number 7 because that's how many books there are, but like, dude, could you imagine if J.K. Rowling surprise dropped an 8th book? This person would be fucked. But I think the most questionable Harry Potter tattoo to get is the Dark Mark tattoo. For those of you who don't know, there's a group of evil wizards who follow Lord Voldemort, and they're called Death.
I feel like I'm like, nah, it's all lame. You know what I mean? I don't think that that's like it doesn't feel more weird than the other ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Eaters. Their goal is to create a wizarding, pure blood ethno state and kill anybody who isn't a pure blood. These Death Eaters all have a dark mark burned into their forearms to show their allegiance to this genocide. And people in real life get this dark mark tattooed.
I don't understand. Who gives a shit? To me, it's like it's fake. So, like, I don't know.
What the fuck? And look, you can say it's just fiction all you want, but the message...
He's literally a Potterhead. That's why he's like, I can't believe they got the dark art tattoo.
The message is still the same. It's a genocide. It represents a genocide. If someone has a fucking swastika tattoo, they're not going to be like, oh, I just like the movie Inglourious Bastard. Obviously, I'm not saying anybody with a dark mark tattoo is a Nazi, but like, out of all of the things from Harry Potter to get tattooed, that's the thing you got? I'm giving you another back eye. But the last line of this level that I want to talk about is the college Quidditch team, because I had no idea that this was a real thing. In the Harry Potter series, there's a popular sport called Quidditch where everybody flies around on brooms
Yeah, it's like exactly. If you got the world government, the one world government tattoo from like One Piece, like I wouldn't be like, damn, dude, like you must be evil, dog. You know what I mean?
And the chasers try to throw the quaffle through the hoops, and the keeper tries to block the quaffle from going in the hoops, and the whole time there's these beaters that try to bat away the bludgers that are flying around trying to hit everybody, and there's also these two seekers who try to fly around and catch a little magic ball called the Golden Snitch, because if they catch it, they win the game. If anybody said what I just said pre-Harry Potter, they'd be put in a fucking straitjacket, dude. Yeah, so there's a quaffle, bludgers, chasers, and beaters, but believe it or not, Quidditch doesn't just exist in the wizarding world. It's also here now in the muggle world. The only difference is they just run with brooms between their legs instead of flying. And unlike the movie, they don't draw a crowd. Okay, sorry, that was mean. Slytherin moment. But the funniest thing about real life Quidditch is how they incorporate the Golden Snitch. I was really curious how they were gonna do this because the Golden Snitch is a magic little flying ball that sort of zips around. So I had no idea how they were gonna add that to the real life game. But this is how they do it.
Seeker's job is to catch the snitch, and the Seekers have to get the tennis ball without actually touching the snitch runner.
The Seekers have to go look for me out on campus.
Dude, some poor bastard dresses up in all gold, and the Seekers have to just hunt him down and find him somewhere on the campus and grab a tennis ball out of the weird sock that's hanging from his groin, and that's how they win the game. What the fuck? That might be the funniest thing I've ever seen. Just two dudes holding a broomstick between their legs running around a college campus like, where is it? Where the fuck is that son of a snitch? Like, do you try out to become a snitch? Like, how can't be the thing that you want it to be, right? Or maybe it is, I don't know. Like, I wonder who like the best snitch ever was. You know, that is a sports docu-series that I would watch front to back.
Welcome back. This is a Potterhead.
Back to Snitch, a golden story, where we learn about the trials and tribulations of Tyler, the best snitch the world of real-life Quidditch has ever seen. Tyler was the best snitch I've ever seen. Nobody could ever find him. I've been a seeker on my college's Quidditch team for 10 years. You've been in college for 10 years? Yeah. In the 4 years that Tyler played, he was never found. Nobody could ever find him on campus, not once.
How is this level 2? I'm so, like, how deep does this fucking well go, dude? What are you, Harry Potter, personally? Like, you're in a fucking straitjacket? Like, you literally are institutionalized because you think you're Voldemort or something?
It's crazy, but sometimes I think he actually might be magic. Every sport has their greats. Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Mike Tyson. But I think another name needs to be added to that list. Tyler. And in a snitch, a golden...
It's funny because, like, Curtis is talking about Potterheads and, like, denying being one. Like, I deny the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Like, there's a top of the hour ad break. It's coming for you, you know? It doesn't matter. Subscribe for $5 or free, you won't see it. You get gifted a sub, you won't see it. But here's the 3-minute ad break now. No, I was going to say, like, I deny being a weeb.
Story exclusive. We've secured the very first on-camera interview with the Golden Snitch himself, Tyler. How are you able to elude every Quidditch player for all those years?
Oh, dude, it was so easy. All I had to do was go to the one place a Harry Potter fan will never go. A girl's bedroom.
Okay, sorry. We'll move down to the third level of the iceberg now. This is where things...
I feel like Potterheads are like band geeks in the sense that they're nerdy, but they fuck a lot. You know what I mean? They just fuck other Potterheads, right? Like, they probably get freaky as fuck with it. It's just that they're getting freaky as fuck with other Potterheads.
Things really start to kick up a notch. Harry Potter exists in every aspect of their life. They have Harry Potter themed weddings, Harry Potter collections, clothes.
Wait, this is level 3? There's 2 more levels? Stop! How? You can't do that. That should be illegal, dude. What the fuck?
And even name their children after Harry Potter characters. Weirdly obsessed with the actors in the movies, they go to the Wizarding World theme park any chance they get. This level of fandom, it's kind of like the Bully Maguire montage in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3, where Peter has like fully accepted the symbiote into his life, and he's letting it like dictate how he behaves and how he acts and dances.
Oh my god, that hair, bro. That hair, bro. Another moment throughout time that we've forgotten, that we've erased culturally. Thank God. What the fuck, dude? Here, fun Tobey Maguire story for you guys. His studio was next to the Young Turks studio for the longest fucking time. He was the first ever celebrity that I had ever seen in Los Angeles in all my time of living there. And I was like shocked because I thought it was so cool that I was like sitting next to Tobey Maguire, he would chief cigars in his like rinky-dink metal folding chair that he would put outside to blast gars, okay? And the chair was actually spray painted gold. And he was kind of mean. That's all I got. What do you mean his studio? He has he was kind of a meanie. I tried to talk to him a little bit, but it didn't work out. But also, his studio, as in like, yeah, he is a big gambler. That part is also true. Fuck. What was I gonna say? You threatened to put dirt in your eye? What? Yes, his studio, because every one of these like mega famous celebrities have like their own production house.
Acts and dances. That's what's happening to these Potterheads, but instead of like a black suit, it's just like black robes and a Gryffindor scarf. And dude, I don't know what it is about millennials in fandoms, but you don't have to make your wedding based off of the thing you like. You could just have a wedding. Or two. I had two of them. Dude, none of them were Harry Potter. And I know it's their wedding day. They can do whatever they want. I know that. Like, who am I to judge, right? But also, at the same time, let me be a hater for a second. Dude, straight up, if I got an invitation to a serious Harry Potter wedding, I am acting a fool. I'm showing up dressed as Moaning Myrtle, and during the whole ceremony, I'm gonna be in the back row like, don't invite me to a Harry Potter.
That's literally, okay, dude, you're on theme. Like, you are a Potterhead. You are such a Potterhead. That's the most, you're RPing at a Harry Potter wedding. That is literally the most, you are level 5 Potterhead, Curtis. That's crazy. This is like, if I made an entire fucking video being like, I'm not a weeb, I'm not a weeb. Like, I deny being a weeb. And then, like, if someone were to, like, bring me to their fucking, One Piece themed wedding, like, I'd dress up as Roronoa or Zoro and try to fight everybody with my 3 swords and keep yelling that, scars in the back of a swordsman is a mark of shame over and over again. Like, it's nuts.
Harry Potter wedding. Or else I might cast my Patronus at the reception. Also, the part where they have Harry Potter collections, I'm not saying that's bad. I've got a crazy, stupid collection of a bunch of nerdy-ass bullshit, so I can't make fun of anybody in that sense. But naming your child after a Harry Potter character?
No.
That I can make fun of. Dude, there are countless articles online.
To fight every black dude at the wedding? Okay, dude. That's a bit of a deep cut. That is what Roronoa Zoro would do, though. He is racist. Yes. Some of us have to cope with the reality that our favorite character is racist. Okay? I did cosplay a racist guy. I did.
Giving examples of like Harry Potter names for babies. What are we doing? If you're naming your baby Lucius or Severus or Bunty, that is child abuse. And I am so serious. You are ruining that baby's life before it even takes its first breath, dude. Not even the actors in the movies would do that. And they were in the movies. Speaking of the actors, this is a good time to talk about the other line in this level. Weirdly obsessed with the actors in the movies. Like how a Harry Potter fan legally changed his name to Lucius Malfoy and sent a letter to the actor Tom Felton, who plays Draco Malfoy, the son of Lucius Malfoy.
This man has never been able to escape this role, I feel like.
And this Harry Potter fan who changed his name to Lucius wanted Tom to change his name to Draco Malfoy legally, so this new guy named Lucius Malfoy could legally adopt Tom Felton. That's so fucking weird. And also, I don't think it works like that. If some kid also has the last name Connor, can I just adopt him legally? Is that true? If it is, I am going to adopt every single Connor until I have acquired them all. It will be the biggest con of all time. And finally, I will be the true Connor. But the last line I put on this level of the iceberg is, they go to the Wizarding World theme.
Bro, if it's level 3, if level 3 is like literally personally finding and contacting characters from the show, like actors who played characters on the show, I don't know. I don't. They go to the Wizarding World theme park all the time. I mean, I have done that too.
Theme park all the time. And the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at Universal Studios is actually what inspired me to make this video. Disney adults and Harry Potter adults, they're cut from the same cloth. They all take stuff just a little bit too
I don't go all the time, but I have been one time and it was fine.
Far when it comes to the theme parks. And I've been to the Wizarding World before. I went in 2012 and I had a great time. But let me tell you, there is nowhere on Earth less magical than Orlando, Florida. No matter how many British people in cloaks they put in that park, nothing will take my mind off of the fact that I have an ungodly amount of sweat in my ass crack and balls. In my balls. Fucking miserable, man. I was so hot. I was sweaty. I was thirsty. Actually, that reminds me. Speaking of being thirsty, this video is sponsored by Air Up. Folks, if you've never heard of Air Up, you listen here. Air Up is a completely new and unique hydration experience. With Air Up, you can easily stay
This is my favorite. This is my favorite brand that's sponsoring all my friends. It's like such a weird
hydrated
thing.
Every single day with plain old regular tap water.
I love it, dude. It's literally smelly water.
While also experiencing a wide variety of delicious flavors without the sugars and additives with the use of scent-based taste. I've always struggled with drinking my daily amount of water, but ever since I started using Air Up, I haven't missed a day. No, I feel better, I'm peeing more, but that's a good thing. And look, I know people are skeptical about Air Up. I was as well. But let me tell you, I got this basil lemon flavored flavor pod right now on my Air Up bottle, and all I have to do is pull up on the pod to activate it, and now it seriously tastes like I'm drinking water with fresh basil and lemon. But I'm only smelling it, dude. It's crazy. And the best way to try it for yourself is to try it for yourself. And now is the perfect time because it's the holiday season, dude. Now is the time to buy things for other people while also buying things for yourself, because you might as
It's a soda stream, just not genocidal. I don't think it changes the taste.
well, right? So start your holiday shopping early and save up to 30% with their
Also, someone just said it's owned by Frank Tellen, a dumbass German billionaire asshole. So maybe not so good. Who knows?
holiday bundles. But don't drag your feet because they're only there for a limited amount of time. So you gotta get them while you can. And seriously, one of the coolest parts about Air Up is letting my friends and family try it whenever they're at my house. And seriously, everybody I've seen try Air Up for the first time has been blown away by it. So click the link in my description to take advantage of these amazing promotions Air Up has going on right now. And forever be remembered as the best gift giver in your entire family. Thank you so much to Air Up for sponsoring this video. Back to me. We were talking about the Harry Potter theme park. The rides were fun, other than the fact that I got a nosebleed on the Hippogriff ride. But that's only because I was on Accutane at the time, so I'm not going to blame Harry Potter for that. People in this level of the iceberg probably also go to King's Cross Station in London on September 1st, where a huge crowd forms at 9 in the morning, because that's when they announce the train leaving for Hogwarts in the station. The train doesn't actually leave because it doesn't exist, because Hogwarts isn't a real place. But holy shit, dude, look at how many goddamn people are there in that station. Imagine like rushing to catch your train because you have a really important job interview coming up, and when you finally get to the station, there's like thousands of people there, and they're all just like, Locomoto Apiro. Or even worse, dude, what if you were like an actual wizard trying to get to Hogwarts, but there was all these fucking...
I did when I was a kid. I really did want the wizarding world of Hogwarts to be real. Like, I'll admit it straight up. I fucking hated school, so I was just like, in my mind, I was like, damn, I wish I could fucking have sex with Cho Chang. Not even sex, because I was so young. It was more like, I wish I could date Cho Chang. Like, it was way more innocent than that. You know what I mean? It was literally like, I wish I could date Cho Chang. Now, when I think about it, I'm like, I mean, I was in Turkey at this point, but when I think about it now, it's like, Cho Chang is such an insane name to name a character. It's just like, she just literally was like all the Asian stuff. Like, let's just mix and match. Crazy. How crazy. It's like a Nick Mullen bit.
People in the way, so you miss the train, so you gotta go steal your buddy's dad's flying car, and then you end up...
No shot you were picking Cho over Hermione or Luna? No, actually. That's not even... Yeah. It's like naming a character Kingsley Shacklebolt. Yeah.
crashing the whip into the Whomping Willow. Then what? Then what? Sorry, back to the Harry Potter theme park really quick. I think Universal Studios is much better than any Disney park because they got Simpsons Land and I like drinking Duff beer. But still, dude, there's people who've had like guerrilla style weddings in the wizarding world of Harry Potter when they're not allowed to do that there. And there's also people who go to this park every single day. And you know, I start judging this shit like crazy, and then I see a video like this where it's someone crying the entire time they're at Harry Potter World because they're so happy. And then I feel like an asshole. Maybe being a Potterhead isn't so bad. If a piece of media can...
Yeah, that makes me... like, if that makes someone's day, then who am I to fucking judge? You know what I mean? It's like weird to... I don't know. I feel like that's kind of odd to just, like, get mad at that.
...can bring someone this much happiness, then maybe there's nothing wrong with it at all. Maybe we just need to accept some people... Oh, wait. Sorry, I just remembered the last level of the iceberg. Disregard what I was just saying. Let's keep going. The second last level we have is they genuinely believe Harry Potter is real.
Oh,
they write
dude.
their own Harry Potter
Shifting. This is what Gen Alpha does. Or Gen Z, actually. Zoomers do this shit. Where they like shift to fuck Draco Malfoy.
fan fictions. They call people muggles, unironically. Well into their 30s, but still waiting on a Hogwarts acceptance letter in the mail. Actually enjoys the Fantastic
Okay, that
Beasts
last part is
films?
crazy.
Question mark, question mark, question mark? The last line is the most egregious of all because that movie sucked. I watched it on a plane. I've never wanted to skydive so bad in my life. And this level of the iceberg is the point of no return for Potterheads. This is when the delusion fully consumes them and they genuinely believe that they are legitimate wizards. Like this. Let's look at this one Facebook post from Potterheads for Life. Harry Potter International Day. In memory of all those who died during the Hogwarts battle. Today is May 2nd, the day of the Battle of Hogwarts. The day that Harry, Ron, and Hermione snuck back into Hogwarts and destroyed the Horcruxes. The day that Harry finally defeated Voldemort. The day we could see the real courage and sacrifice. We will never forget everyone who fought in the war and all those who died. Fred Weasley, Nymphadora Tonks, Remus Lupin, Colin Creevey, Severus Snape, and many more. Let's raise our wands for those who fought and died. Remember, May 2nd, 1998.
Thank you for your service to fucking those who died fighting Voldemort. This seems fake. Aren't you not supposed to say his name? I'm the real Potterhead. I'm the real Potterhead. They wrote his name out, dude? That's crazy. I'm the real Potterhead. It's like fucking drawing Prophet Muhammad. You can't do that. That's how you know someone's a phony, dude. Oh, because he's dead? Oh, now that he's dead, you can say it? Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm not a real Potterhead, but I was LARPing as one, and it didn't work out. His name lost all power when he died. He's dead, babes. Okay, this entire community is full of Potterheads. I'm beginning to realize that I have been infiltrated by an infestation of Potterheads in here.
And these next comments are great. This is a fictional event. Please read another book. And that's from Carl Boom Boom. Carl Boom Boom. No, it's not. Carl Boom. Where'd I get the fucking Boom Boom from? Straight up can't read. I'm a Hufflepuff, man. We're fucking dumb. And then in response to Carl Boom Boom, Nathan says, Carl, you do realize that the Ministry of Magic modified all of the Muggles' memory.
No. This guy is still... You think he actually believes it? Chat. Do we think he actually... Does Nathan Guest legitimately believe that? Or is he just like doing +1 RP?
So they would not remember this historic event, right? You do realize you had your memory erased by the Ministry of Magic, but even though me telling you that they did that sort of negates any effect that they had. Right? I totally get, submersing yourself into a piece of media, as a form of escapism and stuff. But like, it's wild to genuinely believe that Hogwarts exists, dude. I talked about this in my Internet's Most Absurd Lies video, but someone posted a video saying that they actually received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. And they were being 100% serious. Like, there are people out there who genuinely think Harry Potter is real. And I don't think it's like funny or cute. At a certain level, it's like harmful, I think. And you'll agree after you read this. I found a Reddit post in r/Harry Potter that is super messed up. If it's real, I hope it's not. I hope I'm getting fucking pranked, but here it is. Since our daughter was 5 and my wife and I first started reading her the Harry Potter books, we have told her that she is a witch and that the wizarding world is real.
Okay, it's Reddit. This is where millennials go to lie. Okay? If TikTok is where Zoomers lie all the time, then Reddit is where millennials lie all the time, okay? That's like, everything on Reddit is a lie. Everything on Reddit is a lie except for like really niche interests that, I don't know, that just like are very informative weirdly. Everything outside of that is always a lie. All of those like, am I the asshole? Like all of that shit is just, yeah, boomers lie on Facebook, millennials lie on Reddit, and Zoomers lie on TikTok.
She is almost 8, and as her questions have gotten deeper, we've kept building the illusion with more details about our family, genealogy, and its connection to book characters, stories about times we use magic, and the life and moral lessons we learned about it. She has processed many difficult subjects like racism, climate change, and even the coronavirus through this lens. Before other parents judge or lecture, we know it's gaslighting and that eventually she'll be disappointed and have trust issues with us when she learns the truth. We justify it that we are adding magic to her childhood, and giving her motivation to reach her full magical potential, since she needs.
Bro, it feels like the parents kind of still believe it low-key. Like, yeah, I don't know if they're gaslighting their children or gaslighting themselves.
To study hard to be accepted to Hogwarts. We've asked serious questions of her teachers, and they think it's more awesome and creative than damaging. At the very worst case, my take is that it's analogous to children being raised to believe that traditional religious stories are true, and that when the truth hits, it will...
Not gonna lie, I feel like the Bible's better written than fucking... The Bible's better written than the motherfucking Harry Potter books, okay? Like the Quran, the Bible, the Torah, like there's way more fucking stories in there. J.K. Rowling kind of hit it big because it was like super simple. It was super simple. It's just, come on. It's like the most basic ass fucking story. It's the most basic ass story, dude. Get out of here. Get out of here, dude. It's literally just like, come on, there's like, there's a character named Cho Chang, man.
Teach her to ask critical questions and not accept everything she hears or reads at face value. Just absolutely diabolical parenting. This is literally...
No way you read the Quran, stop lying. No, of course not. What? I never said I did. Dude, listen, everything I learned is like theology 101. Okay, that's it. And I forgot most of the shit, so it don't even matter. But there's no like... I didn't fucking sit there and read the Quran page to page. What are you, crazy?
A villain origin story for this child. This is how Voldemorts are made. When this kid actually finds out magic isn't real, they're going to be so angry and betrayed. They're going to be like, Avada Kedavra! And then nothing's going to happen because magic isn't real. Bruh. Also, to compare it to religion and frame it as like a weird lesson to never take things at face value. Dude, what a fucking terrible lesson for your child. You're dumb for believing us. We're your parents. You should never believe a word we tell you. Got it? Okay. We love you. This is like a modern version of Plato's allegory of the cave. But instead of an allegory, it's just someone's life. This is like being the last kid that believes in Santa, but a million times worse. Like, I feel like this could escalate to something like really dangerous. Hey, Dad, up here. Check it out. Oh my God, what are you doing up there? Get down right now. No, it's okay, Dad. I'm gonna fly, just like you told me. Here we go. Hey, whoa. Oh my God. I can't watch. Oh my gosh, I can see everything from up here. Oh my God, you're flying. You're really flying. You are a wizard. No, I think I died when I hit the ground. I'm going to heaven. Yeah. Bye. Looks like I'm gonna be in the doghouse. And I think the Potterheads at this level take their Hogwarts houses way too seriously as well. I've seen a lot of posts where people will put their like Hogwarts house in their like Tinder and Hinge bios, which I don't know what would compel you to do that. But I also found a YouTube video titled, "These Harry Potter YouTubers have something to say." When I saw that, I was like, damn, dude, this is gonna be some hard-hitting shit. This is gonna be some serious stuff they're covering. Let's see what they have to say.
One thing that really annoys me about being in Slytherin is that people think we are all bad.
No, it's because you're British. That's what it is. Is you're British. One thing about Slytherin, fucking, we're not bad. We're not bad. Stop fucking thinking that we're all bad. It's like you're not. You're not bad because you're British babes. You're British babes. That's what you are, right? Most normal Funko Pop collector. I will never understand Funko Pops. I will never ever understand it. I have an entire fucking shelf full of nonsense behind me, and I will never understand Funko Pops. They're the NFTs of the figurine toy world. It's just, they suck so bad.
Just because we are in Slytherin does not make us bad people.
Our house mascot is a blimmin' eagle. It is not a raven.
Be called a fake fan from being in Gryffindor because people always assume that you're in Gryffindor house because Harry, Ron and Hermione are in Gryffindor.
I think other houses are favorited over Hufflepuff because if you're a Hufflepuff, then you're weak, or you can't do this, or you can't do that.
Bro, this is awesome. Children should never be allowed to be on the internet. Okay? Actually. I mean, this literally is like, a lot of you guys that are laughing at this, by the way, like, I remember in 2020, some of you motherfuckers were like 16, okay? And you were posting this exact same shit about which, like, Minecraft stand-up you were a part of, okay? So, make no mistake, I'm 32 motherfucking years old. I know half of you motherfuckers in here that grew up since 2020 was saying the same damn shit, being like, oh my God, being a George stan is so difficult. Bro, you were literally an Italian man for months? Yeah, and I loved every moment of it.
One thing that really annoys me is when I say I'm in the Slytherin house, people think it means I'm in the house of Voldemort.
The stereotypical image of us is asking for more homework. Who even asks for more homework?
Hufflepuffs are often the butt of jokes. I don't think anyone has heard more jokes about any other house at Hufflepuff.
We are so misunderstood and it drives me insane.
We are so misunderstood. The fuck? It's fake, man. What's happening? I feel like is not true, bro. The worst thing I ever did was get into anime before people liked it. Yeah.
Dude, none of that is real. It's so fucking funny, dude, to make an emotional video where you all like defend yourselves from the people who criticize the arbitrary labels you've given to yourself. Guys, like if being in a Hogwarts house is this sad and confusing and misrepresentative of what you are, stop. Stop it. Stop labeling yourself as that, dude. Gryffindors aren't just brave and courageous. We're also cool and have a lot of money. The Potterheads at this level of the iceberg will do anything to insert themselves into the Harry Potter universe. And what's the best way to do that? Fan fiction. Oh, yeah. I want to start off by saying there's nothing wrong with writing fan fiction. There are a lot of great fan fictions that are...
I take it... No. Everything is wrong with it. He's saying that because he knows his audience is fan fiction writers, okay? He's got the most Wattpad-ass audience of all time.
Are comparable to the source material in terms of quality. Like, for example, a fan fiction titled All the Young Dudes. Fan fiction set in the Harry Potter universe that is over 500,000 words long. And it's also created an entire fan base of its own, centered around the older characters in the series' lives as young adults. With any fandom, there's good fan fiction and there's questionable fan fiction. Guys, I could have made an entire video strictly about Harry Potter fan fiction, but I've picked one to take a quick look.
Your audience is fan fiction writers? Yes, I yell at my audience all the time. Something that people need to understand is that, like, yeah, we ban motherfuckers that are trying to derail the conversation, and we ban motherfuckers that are being racist and shit, but like 90% of my content is just me yelling at my own community to be normal, okay? Yes, I do know that I have a shit ton of fan fiction writers. I also yell at stan culture all the time, and I have a bunch of stans. This is the dynamic that we have in this community, okay? A lot of people don't understand it, but it is how it works.
Look at, I found a short story titled Harry Potter and the Tumbling Towers.
Okay, that one's awesome.
It takes place on September 11th, 2001, and it's about Hermione rushing to New York to save Ron when she finds out about the 9/11 attacks. I'll read a few excerpts. 11th September 2001. Just as she was placing a piece of bread in the toaster, the voice of the newscaster on the television caused her to suddenly drop her cup, which shattered at her feet. We've just received breaking news from the US. Only moments ago, Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. The plane had departed from Portland, Maine, and was scheduled to land in Boston, Massachusetts. American sources say this sudden event could possibly be a terrorist attack. So many thoughts were rushing through her head, making her weak in the knees and forcing her to sit down in the nearest chair. Ron was in New York. He had told her that he would be underground most of the time, but not all the time. Why hadn't she asked for more information?
What? Ron dies in 9/11? That's awesome.
What if Ron had been above ground when the plane hit? What if, for whatever reason, he had been the North Tower when it had hit? Spoiler alert, they both escaped the collapse of the Twin Towers. But here's another little paragraph. 11 September 2001, 9:59 a.m. So why were you by the World Trade Center? Asked Hermione weakly, her anguish-filled eyes searching his. Well, we've planted some spies throughout the city above ground to see if they could find where...
I think one of the worst things that J.K. Rowling did was, like, she basically created an entire genre, an entire generation of Anglophiles. I think that Britain, after centuries of conquest and doing some of the most unimaginable, untold violence to the planet, like that, you know, America only continued in the long tradition of, there was a brief moment where, unironically, Anglophiles were real. Like, there was a thing. Like, there were people that legitimately were like, they liked being British, or they faked being British. And I think Americans always love being British, to be honest, Hassan. No, now England is so poo-poo right now, okay? England is in the yuck category. Every single person is like always dunking on being British all the time. it definitely kicked it up a notch once, like, yeah, England fell off for real. They kicked it up a notch when, like, they did Brexit too, so everyone started clowning on them extra hard. Like, yeah, England is incredibly cringe right now. It's a very low point for England. If Karl Marx was alive in 2008, he would have wrote Das Kapital as a Harry Potter fanfic on Archive of Our Own. I don't even know what that website is, but I'll take your word for it.
Where the Death Eaters were. A few days ago, one of them came back and reported that he had spotted a few Death Eaters in an alleyway by the Twin Towers. When the first plane hit, I was already above ground. But shortly after the second plane hit, I saw you outside the South Tower. I had no idea why you would be here, or if it was even possible for you to be here, but I knew it was you, even from the back. Okay, dude, this rocks. Okay, I know they just announced that they're rebooting the Harry Potter series as a television show. Please include this. I need an entire movie about Harry, Ron, and Hermione tracking down the people responsible for the 9/11 attacks, dude.
That would be kind of
At one point in the movie, Harry is just like, Osama bin Laden! Holy shit. Think of all
in high school, we had a kid who pretended they were British, wore a bow tie, and brought a suitcase to school and everything. 15 years later, they're trans and work for the DNC. Coincidence? That sounds incredible. That is awesome.
The Fred and George twin jokes they could make in it too. Please, J.K. Rowling, please include that. We'll forgive you if you do that. I mean, we won't, but please do it anyway. Okay, holy shit. We've covered a lot of ground so far, and I appreciate you watching if you're still here. And now it's time to talk about the final level of the Potterhead iceberg. And I know what you're thinking. We just talked about a Harry Potter 9/11 fanfiction. Can it get any crazier than that? Yes. Yes, it can. In this final level, I put 3 words. Snape wives, shifting, Draco talk.
Yep. That's the juice and the sauce, baby. Yeah, we've covered this before. Some of you know that Snape wives, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I'm assuming it's like a Charles Manson style situation where they're like in love with Professor Snape. But you know, shifting and Draco talk, I mean, they're like this. Shifting and Draco talk are like this, okay? Yeah. A lot of the Zoomers, they shift into Hogwarts, which is real, in an alternate plane of existence, and they shift into Hogwarts to fuck Draco Malfoy. Like, they're usually shifting for Draco to do Draco talk. TikToks of how they fuck Draco Malfoy. You are not ready for Snape wives? Oh no. Do you feel a little insane talking about this shit? I do feel it listening to it. No, I love this stuff. Dude, the internet is so crazy, and I love how crazy it is. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know about shifting? Oh, buckle up.
These are 3 different sub-communities within the Harry Potter fandom that are truly bonkers to me, and I seriously cannot believe that they're real. First up, Snape wives. Strange Aeons made a really great in-depth video about this community, so if you want like a deep dive into that community specifically, go check out that video after this video. But here's a definition. The Snape wives, also known as Snapists, are a group of women in Harry Potter fandom who believe that they channel Severus Snape, allow his spirit to inhabit their bodies and speak to him, are engaged in romantic relationships with him, and see him as a vital spiritual guide for their daily lives. They practice Snapeism, a new religious movement centered on Snape. They believe Severus Snape is not simply a character in the Harry Potter books, but an omniscient and immortal deity, and in fact believe that the books were written because...
Here's you reacting to shifting 2 years ago. Excuse me, I did not just fall asleep on my couch doing the pillow method, and then it worked, so I was almost in my DR, and I could hear Draco saying she's finally almost here, and then Harry...
I have beef with one...
What the fuck is going on? What did I just do? Let's see when it actually came out. Yeah. June 29th, 2021. I had the water buffalo hair. This was like one of the worst. This was my life was fucking awful. I wonder what has happened to half of these guys. Like Mr. 7 batteries. Let's see. Half of these guys have probably fled this community. Never mind. Still here. Omega Lol. What is that hairline? Real recognize real. Gigahoss. Pew Pew 3110. Bro, you just dream. What the fuck? Never mind. He's still here. Let's see. Pew Pew 3110. Unable to fetch account. Fuck. What the hell happened there? Gone. Gone, but not forgotten. Just yeeted the account. Let's see. Mal's 09. Oh, this person is still here, I'm pretty sure. Mal's097. I feel like I've seen this username in the chat. Wow, big improvement. Never mind, I was wrong. Wow, racism against the British. They're like so oppressed, Dazan. Stop racism. Did he open Simply Nailogical's gift? Wow, big improvement. Wow, big improvement. Damn, they're gone. No more. 2021. What are you doing? I'm just looking at like how many of the people that were in the chat at the time have left the community. Katashi 25, let's see. Minnesota mention, respect, still here. Goddamn. Half of them have Ukraine flag in the bio. Probably. Fart P? Okay, I got it. That's a sick ass username. What the fuck? The fuck? Actually, all true except you in that photo. Come on, Fantano sucks, guys. You guys are too mad. I wonder if he's still a fan. No longer following. Community is insane. What? I want you all to remember one thing. All of you who are still in here. I have always been right, and time again, history absolves me. Some of you might come back later on when you go through your own personal journey and realize that I was the consistent one and that I was correct all along. Some of you may never, as a matter of fact, realize that. But it's okay. You weren't right about that haircut in 2021. That's true. Why you got to hit me with that? That was bad. You're right. That was bad. History will never absolve you of that hairstyle. All right. I'm just saying. Some people will never realize it. They'll be too far gone and they'll forever go into a pit of hatred. Russia, sure. I mean, yeah. Everything I've said about Ukraine, with the exception of Russia will never invade Ukraine, has literally happened. Wait, 3 to 4 years down the line, when like documentaries come out about a snapshot at Ukraine, what happened? How did we get here? Maybe then people will be like, okay, maybe he was right across the board, every single thing that he said. That was a big part, though. No, that's a big part for all the fucking silly bitches who still hyper-focus on that one aspect as a way to justify being like, you know, why was being wrong about the invasion such a big deal? Like, they made it out like it's your fault? Yeah, because people do not have a way of analyzing the news with just the information that they're receiving. They need to have like you banned me personally because 2019 Hassan was hotter than 2021 Hassan. I mean, it was true back then. That's why I banned you. I was right every single step of the way. No one will ever care about it. Every single person that fucking yelled at me about the Ukraine shit, about fucking saying Russia will never invade Ukraine, and I was very smug about it, for sure, and I was very wrong, and I immediately apologized. Every single person across the board since then were wrong. They were wrong on the Nord Stream pipeline. Who blew it up? They were wrong time and time again. But it doesn't matter. History will absolve me. You promise not to permaban me? Hassan was right that it was stupid for Russia to invade Ukraine. Yep. To be fair, you were not backing down until it happened. That's why they're still talking about it. Really, dude? It's been a fucking... how long has it been? That's why they're still talking about it? I'm saying, I think there's probably some other reasons, right?
J.K. Rowling was channeling Snape. I should say that the Snape Wives community doesn't really exist anymore, at least not publicly. They were most active in 2006 on LiveJournal, but these middle-aged women would Photoshop pictures of themselves with Professor Snape, and they'd all take turns marrying him and talking to him, and even going as far as worshiping him as like a godlike being.
They acted like all 30K reviews were Ukrainians who spread the news to every other Ukrainian, and they stayed out of it because you said and died for it. Yeah. I remember the chatter that says some people didn't evacuate because you said they won't get invaded. Yeah. Nah, they just hate you, Lamont. I still hear other streamers mention it. Yes. There's a robust industry of fuck Hassaners out there. Now, it's okay. History will not absolve Biden if it's true that American troops are on the ground in Gaza. Wait, what? Let's keep going.
Snape, like the potions instructor from the books. The Snape Wives also believe that Snape was always watching over them. Here's a little excerpt from one of the Snape Wives' live journal about her encounters with Snape. In a dramatic tale, he took away a hairband from
Alan Rickman was the GOAT for other things. I didn't even know that he did that play about Rachel Corrie.
Her and later returned it. Rose recounts tossing her hairband on the floor and being unable to locate it afterwards. She realized, "My darling was teaching me not to throw." Thank you, darling. Yeah, you lost something and then you found it again. Must have been Snape. This is such an interesting way to go through life. When anything remotely strange happens to you, you just automatically assume it's the work of some otherworldly, all-powerful entity that has control over everything. Oh, wait. Sorry, a lot of people live their lives that way. But who knows, man? Miracles can occur. Maybe every good thing that has happened to us throughout all of history is because of Severus Snape from the Harry Potter franchise. Here's another example. Snape seems to be particularly useful during burglaries. One of Tanya's non-specified friends was aided by him in such an event. She was being robbed and Severus shoved her down and caused the lights to go out. She said she clearly heard his voice telling her to stay down. Unfortunately, Tanya was robbed at work when she failed to heed Snape's advice about not opening the door late at night. In a more fortunate scenario, Tanya was saved by Snape when she was home alone in the early hours of the morning. She heard him scream, "Girl, get up and get a knife now!" I love picturing Snape as like a slightly annoyed drag queen. "Girl, get up and get a knife now! And don't fuck it up." But Snape also apparently made his presence known in the physical world pretty frequently. Snape makes his presence in the physical world known in a variety of subtle ways, including through the weather. On January 9th, Tanya looked at her window after being commanded to by Snape. She saw an S shape in the form of fog on the glass. She later found out that Snape's birthday is on January 9th. Strange S shapes continued to appear in unexpected places after this event. For example, in a vivid recount of March 15th, 2000.
Okay, I feel like this is just like a different form of deep mental illness that I guess is not as damaging. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely mental illness, but like it's not as bad as like transphobia type mental illness. You know what I mean? There have been papers published in academic journals about the Snape wives thing. Brother, there have been papers published in academic journals about me, like multiple of them. Motherfuckers write shit all the time. Too many PhDs, okay? So that's not that crazy to me. Yeah, someone recently wrote about my cracker ban.
2008, Tanya conveyed her excitement of a day spent with Snape's presence. She received a variety of signs from him, such as a string from her carpet forming the letter S. Conchita looked out of a bus window upon a nearly cloudless sky and saw an S formation there also. She kept looking at the cloud S until it vanished, making her miss her stop by some distance. Dude, if a bunch of S's means that Snape is around, these women would have freaked the fuck out if they saw my 3rd grade notebook. I drew that cool looking S a million times a day. Dude, imagine like a Snape wife going to the zoo and seeing like a snake enclosure. Oh, cool, a python. Oh my god, that's so many. As weird as it is to start a religion based off a fictional character, it's not the first time that it's been done, so, you know, I can't really make fun of it, I guess. And it seemed to bring these women a bunch of joy. So I'm officially converting, okay? I'm a Snape husband now. You hear that, Snape? I got a half-blood prince right here for you, bro. Okay, the next section of the final level is shifting. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I already made a whole podcast episode about this, and I also talked about it in my Internet's Most Absurd Lies video. But TLDR, there are people out there who claim to have the ability to shift to a reality where Hogwarts is real, and they live out their lives as a Hogwarts student, often spending months at a time in their alternate reality. If you're there for that long, I don't think it's shifting anymore, okay? Shift? More like caps lock? Because why would you shift for months when you could just press caps lock? And also they're capping. And the last part of the iceberg that we're going to talk about is a little community on TikTok called Draco Talk. And this community highlights the biggest issue I've seen with the fandom. Draco Talk is a community of people either cosplaying as Draco Malfoy or thirsting over the character of Draco Malfoy.
I really hope someday reality can be good enough for these people to not need this. No, there will always be people daydreaming and fantasizing about a different universe. Like, that's pretty normal. I think that that's very human, right? Like, why? That's normal. I don't even think this is all that bad. I think ultimately the reason why this exists to begin with is because, like, the reason why we see it so much is because it's on TikTok. That's it. So it's like kind of all over our face. TikTok is wonderful for children to express themselves like this, I guess. You would have been on Cho Chang TikTok, to be honest, probably. Like, many of the stuff that we see online is not even like people who are, delusional or schizophrenic. It's adults. They're usually just kids.
Malfoy. Some are weird, some are cringe, but some are just...
Yeah, TikTok took all the weird Tumblr posts and put them in our faces. Yeah.
Terrible.
Already high.
My father will hear about this. Oh.
Super funny thing to say when you dress up in a maid outfit. I'm gonna tell my dad. Also, here's this great video of what it's like to be in a 7-year relationship with Draco Malfoy.
It took 3 years to get to that level. What's happening? Girl, stop trying. He don't deserve you.
Yay. Seems like he doesn't like you that much. Ladies, don't settle, okay? Wait until you find a man who takes 5 years to hold your hand. And look, you can do whatever you want on TikTok. You can make whatever content that you want to make. But my issue is with the thirst trap edits. More specifically, my issue is with adults on TikTok thirsting over a character who's like at the oldest 17. Some of these videos, the character of Draco Malfoy is like 13 years old, dude. And there's people in their 20s making like romance edits of them. What the fuck? Don't do that, obviously.
Jail. Jail. Jail. Jail. Actually jail.
Right? Azkaban. Go to Azkaban. And it's not just with Draco Malfoy either.
Man, he got the titty jiggle, dude. What the hell is going on?
Dude, his name is Harry, not Harry. Okay? Harry Potter is a little boy. What are you fucking doing, dude? What's next?
You can't have titties jiggle like that.
Fucking Tommy Pickles thirst trap? You do a fucking Caillou striptease? Like, this is fucking weird, right? This is a kid's fantasy novel series. What is happening? I know this is a very small percentage of the fandom, but it's still happening and it's fucking gross. These characters should not be sexualized at all, but it happens more than it should. Like this Reddit exchange, for example. As a Snemione shipper, this scene is pure gold, too. A Snemione shipper. If you didn't catch that, that's Snape and Hermione. In the 6th book, Hermione is 16. And in the same book, Snape is 38. Bro, what the hell, dude? At least now we know what the S that was shown to all the Snape wives stands for. Statutory. Okay, that concludes my Potterhead.
Did you cover the Timothy Charlemagne fan club meltdown when he showed up in public with Kylie Jenner? Because that was like 50-year-old women losing their absolute shit. It was incredible. Wait, why were they mad? Isn't Kylie Jenner kind of like, she looks like she's at least 35, even though she's not? So isn't that like cool? I don't get it. Old face disease? No, it's just, that happens when you get work done. You could be literally 18 years old. You get that kind of work done, automatically you just stay permanently 35. It's like a trick. Like Bernie Sanders, he's looked like he's 70 his entire life. Like this motherfucker was in the 80s looking like he's 70 years old. But because of that, like, you know, you kind of don't age, right? So Kylie Jenner will look 35 for probably the next 20 years. You know what I mean?
Iceberg. But it would feel wrong to end this video without hearing what it's like to be a Potterhead from an actual Potterhead. I gotta hear it from the hippogriff's mouth.
You mean you?
I reached out to a ton of Harry Potter content creators, and they pretty much all declined or just didn't respond, which is fine. You know, they're probably busy sweating their balls off in Orlando, Florida. But the more I thought about it, the more I figured the Potterhead I talked to should be a fan who is trying to make Harry Potter more inclusive and LGBTQ plus friendly. And in my research, I found a not-for-profit fan-made web series called The Rise of the Order that puts the LGBTQI plus community at the forefront.
What the heck is a Tarotto?
I reached out to their team and was connected with Ash, the actor playing young Remus Lupin in the film. So here's my interview with a Potterhead. Enjoy.
Wait, what?
Okay, welcome everybody to Hogwarts Radio. We're just waiting for our guest today in the studio.
Harry Potter does give like very pumpkin spice latte vibes, but British. I don't know why. It's just, it does. There's something very fall about it. British pumpkin spice latte. Fucking hell.
Ash to appear in this magical picture frame. Also, one announcement I've been told to make to the owner of a brown
Nimbus 2000.
Your broom is currently being towed, and by towed I mean it's been turned into a toad. So I'm sorry about that. Oh, looks like our guest is here. Okay, wow, looks like our guest Ash is materializing right in front of us.
The only PSL I like is the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Fucking hell!
Hello.
You have to do that with your hands for the spell to work.
It wouldn't work otherwise. Some say that wizards need wands. I just need jazz hands.
Yeah, you have 10 little wands.
I have 10 little wands.
Thank you so much for coming on and talking to me. I've been yapping over here for a while about Potterheads without really getting a nice insider opinion, so I appreciate it. Do you want to just like introduce yourself really quick?
I'm Ash, and I play Remus Lupin in The Rise of the Order, which is a Marauders fan film. I don't know if you've talked on it already, but the Marauders is kind of like a little subsection of like Potterheads, but it's kind of a bit like separated as well. So it's more the generation before Harry Potter.
Okay, great. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Ash, would you describe yourself as a Potterhead?
I think I used to definitely say Potterhead more. Now I just say I'm a Marauders fan. But
gotcha.
I definitely, I love the world of Harry Potter. So that's kind of fit the criteria.
So what was it about, like, the Harry Potter franchise that originally, was appealing to you?
I think, so obviously Harry Potter's been kind of something that was there since my childhood. And it was just this magical world. It was one of the first book series I read. And I fell in love like most people do.
Is he gonna ask if they condemn Draco talk? That's funny. Yes. Before we begin, do you condemn Draco talk?
With Harry Potter, it's just such a you can kind of see yourself there, you know. As I've grown older, the reason that I've stuck with this magical world is that
it's because they're British, dog. That's what it is. Okay. Automatically, you're perma stuck. You're fucking perma stuck as Harry Potter. Living in Hogwarts when you're fucking British, yeah? It's how it works. It's how it fucking works. Harry Potter is British anime. I think they're Australian?
I've found places in the fandom that
damn, you're right. They are Australian. Which is pretty much, it's British. Australian is spicy British. Come on, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Still British. They literally still have the Queen, dog. Okay? They're still a part of the Commonwealth. At least Canada has some French in it. You know what I mean? Shouts out to the Quebecois. Bloc Quebecois. It's prison British. We're prison British, but we're not as bad as Australia is. All right, let's continue.
See more representation that isn't just this little tight thing that you find in the actual books.
So yeah, obviously what I wanted to touch on, it's pretty crazy because I feel like now it's like saying in the movies and books, it's like you can't say Voldemort, right? Like you can't say his name and shit, right?
Yeah.
But like now I feel like it's gotten to you can't say Jake.
No, it's not like calling Latin America Spain. Very different. Okay? Australia is still a part of the Commonwealth. Like that's entirely different.
J.K. Rowling anymore. Nobody wants to she has become.
No one wants to speak the devil's name.
She has become the villain with all of her transphobic turf shit. It's it's gotten really. I feel like it's gotten really weird and difficult.
Pronouns are he, him, by the way.
Do you think there is a way for people to
Wait, are you
be
sure?
a Potterhead?
I thought
today,
it said they them
while also
on
disagreeing with what J.K. Rowling stands for.
Yeah,
I
definitely
him.
think
I saw Nani they them. You're right.
Sorry,
I was casting a mumbling spell on you.
I think it really depends on you've got to do it right. You can't just ignore it. You can't just pretend that there isn't that history behind J.K. Rowling. And that's actually a present thing happening today, is that she is actively against trans people and supporting anti-trans groups and stuff. So I think it's not something that can be ignored. But there is a right way to do it. I make it very vocal that I don't support her views, but it's not only that I don't support her views, I also don't support her money-wise anymore. I don't fund anything that I know is going to go into her pockets. And just making sure that if you have a platform where you're engaging in Harry Potter related things, you're making it clear that you don't support those views.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that it's true. It's with how big Harry Potter has gotten, I guess it's so easy to find people who make their own custom Harry Potter merch too, and it's probably better than the official shit anyway. So
exactly, supporting small businesses that have their own merchandise that's not official is great, and that's what I personally do.
I want to touch back on what you mentioned earlier. You're playing young Remus
Lupin
in a series called The Rise of the Order.
Mm-hmm.
we can talk about that for a little bit. What's like the overall goal with that project?
Yeah, so the Rise of the Order is kind of, the main goal is to kind of show this world of Harry Potter with representation that we didn't get to see as kids. So we've got diverse range of cast, like in terms of LGBTQ spec, different ethnicities, like it's just a very wide range of a cast where we're representing characters that we wish we had seen when we were a kid as well. It's a not-for-profit because obviously if it was, then we would have to give money to J.K. Rowling. So we're very much, we are very openly against her views. We have it all on our website and it's, yeah.
Cool. So do you have like a release date in mind yet, or?
Yeah, so I think it'll be next year sometime. We're hoping for early next year, like first quarter, but not sure exactly yet. The release date's not out.
Cool. And that will just be like on YouTube or like on the website?
Yeah.
Or
YouTube.
Okay, awesome. Go fucking follow them. Go check it out. Go support money not going to JK. Ash, thank you again for taking the time to talk to me. And if there's any final message you want to give out to Hogwarts Radio, because that's what I said at the beginning. That's where we are.
Just be yourself and don't let people who have positions of power because of content that they've made, don't let them define you. Separate yourself from that and live your truth.
Hell yeah.
I know that was deep.
Thanks again, Ash.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, there you go. Whoa. Holy shit. All right, it seems someone may have cast a haircut spell on me. Well, folks, that concludes our deep dive into Potterheads. As long as this video is, I feel like it easily could have been twice as long. Trust me, I really tried to condense it to the most interesting stuff that I found. In conclusion, I think the Harry Potter fandom is in a really interesting spot right now. The main movie series has been done for over 10 years now, and any attempt at a new movie in the Harry Potter franchise has been a flop. All that paired with the fact that the author is a proud transphobe, I honestly think we've seen the peak of the fandom. And I think when it comes to separating the art from the artist, like what Ash said, there are ways to continue being a Potterhead without supporting J.K. Rowling. And after talking with Ash and learning about, projects like The Rise of the Order, it made me feel good about just the future in general. This group of young people had this huge...
The new Harry Potter show is going to be a massive success. Probably. It will most likely have to be so far removed from the top of the hour ad break, though, in order for it to be successful. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. Not if J.K. Rowling is writing it. I mean, it just has to be like super woke and like very queer friendly. Because if you want Gen Alpha to be as obsessed with Harry Potter as like millennials were, you have to do that. Like, think about, I don't know, what the fuck do Zoomers like? I know Gen Alpha likes like Skibidi Toilet, but I'm saying like, what do Zoomers like? They like Euphoria and shit, right? Isn't Euphoria like gay as hell? Like, everyone is addicted to drugs and there's like gay shit happening all the time, right? Like, so for, that has to maintain the vibes. You have to maintain those vibes for millennials brought the big books for the Harry Potter game. Yeah, I'm saying, like, if you want, the goal for the new Harry Potter is supposed to get Gen Z and Gen Alpha invested in the lore, in the franchise. You sound like such a boomer. It's because I am, man. I can't fucking hide it. Like, I'm old. I'm 32 years old. I'm an old-ass man. It sucks, but it's the truth, okay? I think that ship has sailed. They're not into wizards. They like vampires. You're wrong. You think millennials didn't want to fuck vampires too? Like, what do you mean? That is literally a constant. Yeah. Millennials love vampires as well. Yeah. Twilight. Have you heard of that? I mean, come on now.
Huge amount of love for this franchise that they no longer felt safe or accepted in. So they were just like, fuck it. We'll do it ourselves.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Fucking thing sucks!
And that's fucking badass, dude. And I think it's like an extra slap in the face to J.K. Rowling because that's literally a plot to one of the Harry Potter novels. In the Order of the Phoenix, everyone's trying to like control the students and all their opinions are being ignored and invalidated. So the Hogwarts students all say, fuck it, we'll just do it ourselves.
Fucking thing sucks!
And it's just so weird because obviously I can't deny the positive effect the Harry Potter franchise had on my life growing up. And although it's difficult to navigate being a Potterhead today, it will never be as difficult as navigating King's Cross Station on September 1st. But all jokes aside, Potterheads may seem cringy or weird from an outsider's perspective, but if you try to empathize with them, and if you look hard enough, you might see the letter S. And that means Snape is looking after you.
Turn to page 300.
Stop sending me the Strange Eons video about Snape wives because it is 38 minutes long. I'm sorry. I cannot watch a another 38-minute video about Harry Potter. Okay, you know, maybe for another day.
94.
Okay, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, please press the like button. Leave a comment. Let me know what you thought of this video. Let me know what you think about being a Potterhead today, and also buy my comedy special.
Yeah, buy Curtis's comedy special. Keep busy. I'm proud of him. He's so handsome. I'm proud of him for being handsome. All right, the left YouTube pipeline, the good, the bad, and the hot.
Hassan Abi, more like Hassan a billionaire. Second thought, more like second tank.
Thoughts on this guy being a tanky? I hope he fucking drives a tank to your house, okay?
ContraPoints, more like pro-status quo points. Who is a dirty lib, godforsaken tanky, or the worst of them all, a dirty shill? These eternal callouts thrown around in the gladiatorial arena, which is online left-wing propaganda, or as us kids call it, left-wing YouTube content, have left so many confused on who the hell they should even listen to. But before we begin answering that question, what even is a left YouTube, breadtube, the swolletariat, or whatever you want to call it? Depending on who you ask, they will give you different definitions. But as an unwilling member of this so-called community, and to avoid infighting before this video even starts, let me give you a definition which we'll use as a baseline for this entire conversation. They're simply a loose cluster of channels advocating progressive ideas based on culture, race, and most importantly, class, characterized by infighting and a constant disagreement on what is to be done. Noah Samsen had made a fantastic guide to the basics of leftists on YouTube. Go ahead and check out his work, especially if you're still confused about what any of these words coming out of my mouth even mean. Good. Now that we have that out of the way, let's get to what we're actually here for. Me telling you which channels are good and which you should avoid like the plague because of my very specific niche political disagreements with them. No, what are you telling me? Hundreds of those have already been made? So now I can't just score easy YouTube infighting algorithm points by calling other channels stupid and wrong. Well, shit, I really want to do a video on this eclectic group of annoying and petty, but also funny, passionate, creative, and smart creators who are in it for a better world for themselves, and most commonly, for both. So instead of looking at them individually, let's look at this LeftTube pipeline in general by exploring how it works, if it works, is it cringe, is it not, and most importantly, what can be done to maybe, I don't know, improve it. A funnel, or a pipeline as it's more commonly known in this context, is not much more than marketing terminology. When you want to sell a product or a service to people who don't know anything about your business, you need to put them through a few steps before they're ready to buy. All these steps combined are simply called a funnel. At first, you need to inform them about the existence of your product, then tell them how it can solve some of their problems, give them some data on how it helped others in the past, some stats about how it works, and finally, a deal you're willing to propose. Political funnels work in a very similar manner, albeit a bit more complicated, because you see, These different steps in a business funnel are managed by a tight group of professionals, while political ones are managed by a wide range of disconnected individuals and organizations from all over the world. Instead of selling a product, they're pitching an idea. Instead of leading you to a sale, they're leading you to, in this case of the left, an elevated class-conscious perception of the world, while hopefully entertaining you in the process. Now, while this funnel is much bigger than a bunch of people on YouTube or Twitch, it would be foolish to ignore
Typical
a little
fucking marketing guy, bro. Look at this. 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 58 seconds of just marketing jargon.
Thing called the internet, hence why we'll concentrate on just that, specifically the big red button website, YouTube. The current lack of organization and structure among these free-floating radicals simply leads all of them to naturally kind of fall into different parts of the funnel. Some contribute to people going down the pipeline, while others, well, not so much. And this is exactly what I would like to explore with you today, building a grander schematic while using examples of what this funnel looks like now, how different creators
Yeah, marketing, calling everything else marketing is paid marketing.
Impacted,
I mean, this
but
is
also
marketing.
more importantly, how with a simple shift we could be far more productive while also doing what we love, making a living off of internet shitposting.
Look at this graph!
First, I had to define the goal of this left-wing funnel. For right-wing funnels, it would be making people blame all their ills on everything except the capitalist system, be that minority groups, gay frogs, vaccines, or lizards. An example of such a right-wing funnel would be, hooking them with messed up transphobic propaganda. Then you spoon-feed them a bit of xenophobia, and you top that off with some heavier conspiracies once they're deep enough in the rabbit hole, and you've done it. Perfect drones. For the left, the end point of any online funnel, when you bring it back to the basics, would be getting people to actually apply their beliefs in the real world. Do shit, organize, unionize, protest, and other things I cannot say if I want to keep this.
But also, he's saying like other things I can't say, but also like for the right wing, it's also stochastic terrorism for the most part. I know that a lot of people try to say this about left-wing content as well, to like say that it's actually like terror inspiring or it's actually terrorism or whatever. But the real reason why you don't see a lot of like left-wing terror, quote unquote, is because one, the left is powerless, and two, it doesn't work that way. The reason why fascism breeds a shit ton of stochastic terror is because the unjustifiable systems that we exist under are already very violent. They're already very violent, and these people that are on the right-wing pipeline, if you will, are oftentimes pushing for more of the very same violences that you experience if you're a marginalized person, if you're black or queer or disabled. Like most of the time, right-wing commentators are demanding more of this violence. They're justifying the violence that you're experiencing and saying it's actually good and very chill that it's happening, while also simultaneously asking for more of it. So a lot of people tend to feel like they can take matters in their own hands. Like that one lawyer guy who went up and shot 2 indigenous protesters in Panama. The lawyer, the American lawyer, glorifying Kyle Rittenhouse is another good example of this. Like it's the idea that like you can just go and take matters in your own hands and do more of the things that are already happening. I guess like if we did exist under a socialist structure, maybe they could be like a reinforcement of like the type of state violence that exists, where you would have like I don't know what the brown shirts equivalent of that would be. This could happen. It's just that we do not live under that structure currently, even though many people claim that we do or fear that we might one day. We do not. Anyway. This one will never be clipped, but you just spitted truth. Thank you.
Video up on YouTube. So, okay, I think this is a wide enough, fair goal, which doesn't get too entangled with whatever Marxism, Leninism, anarcho-feminist, Judo-Bolshevik, democratic, POC, cracker, liberal, communist school of thought you all belong to. The funnel should build socialists and anarchists who act on their ideas, because without that, this whole thing is just a circle jerk. So, this is what I came up with. Yeah, not the prettiest thing, but let me walk you through it. Each layer has multiple types of creators. These types are pretty simplistic, and most of these people fit multiple categories and even funnels. But I had to stop somewhere in the name of your and my own ever-deteriorating attention span. Many of the people on this list will likely not identify with the position I'm giving them, either because of humility by saying shit like, well, we just make entertainment, or that they're small-headed dum-dums that you shouldn't listen to while managing to deliver brilliant insight time and time again. And the most important category of people on this list who will not like being identified with their label are, well, I call them tumors, my man. And funny enough, this is the only category that permeates all the layers of the funnel. Well, you know what else permeates my existence as a proud second worlder? No access to most of the good shows and movies I want to consume with my every fiber, only because some corporate executive decided they should be available in my region 3 months after release. This is where Atlas VPN comes into play. Just one click and the likes of Netflix or Apple TV start thinking of some Californian stuck in traffic or a Brit enjoying a succulent Chinese meal, and voila, I get to watch whatever I want. But the power of Atlas VPN doesn't stop there. It can help you truly keep your Google searches in private. It stops malicious links and annoying ads and tells you when someone is trying to steal your data. A one package fits all, which is now available as the most affordable online protection for just $1.70 per month, plus 6 months extra with 30 days money-back guarantee. It costs less than a can of beer, and it would not only get you great and practical protection, but it will also help our channel grow and my mortgage decline. Now go ahead and enjoy the Black Friday price cut as Atlas VPN Premium at the $1.70 price point per month, plus 6 months extra with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your privacy.
This is an ethical react. That's why we have the price
many
cut
benefits of Atlas VPN for the
and his ad
price.
read. We're doing the ad read because ethical react.
Be quick, as this is a time-limited offer. You see, everyone's journey down the funnel, well, generally within certain parameters, can go very differently. For some, it takes decades, while others get a matching Mao and Lenin tattoo 10 minutes after they date their first communist. Hell, some never even make it down the funnel and remain liberals at best, or whatever ideology your uncle has at worst. Why this happens, both through the online and other political or sales funnels, is incalculably wide and diverse. We all come from different worlds, different realities, ideologies, call them whatever you want. And it's obvious that one method cannot work for everyone, no matter how much you've been taught to hate or love your boss in the first place. So, then, in the funnel, who exactly are the so-called tumors? I didn't name them that out of spite, but because they simply do operate like tumors, swelling, and growing. No other reason to exist. The tumors refuse to participate in said funnel, and instead they become channels, writers, content creators, and so on, whose entire purpose is mostly growing their own image, brand, and audience. Well, there's nothing wrong in trying to grow your shit. The only reason you end up in this category is if you grow it at the expense of the funnel. You see, the problem with pushing people down the funnel for them is that their content stops being engaging for people who've actually moved further down, who managed to, for the lack of a better word, outgrow them. People moving down the funnel means less views, listens, or streams. Less views, listens, or streams means less money, popularity, and relevancy. So sometimes, subconsciously, and other times with very real strategy and intent in mind, tumors shit talk and smear other creators from the funnels below them. They often camouflage that as being principled, fighting against problematic schools of thought, or my favorite, purity checking.
No, he's not talking about me at all. I literally purposely don't do that. And I don't even do that for literally you. You think I do that? You will almost never hear me talk about a content creator in a negative capacity if they are like anywhere near this universe. Ones that even deserve criticism, I usually stray away from, partially because, but you did do that a few times. Fuck no. I very purposely avoid. If I don't like a content creator, or if I don't like what they're doing, I will usually refuse to recognize or talk about them at all. And you will almost always exclusively hear about content creators that I do watch, that I do like, that I appreciate the work of. That's what I do on purpose. I don't even think he's talking about me as a tumor anyway. I'm sure he'll explain it in a second.
Instead, most of the time, it's simple drama and content baiting.
Yeah. I don't do this. The only people that I farm are like those who are very clearly my ideological opponents. Okay? During the Jubilee vid, Destiny was in. You barely even talked about him until he was being a fucking libtard dumbass. Yeah, I have no interest. Well, that's a different reason, but I'll say it like this. I farm content, of course I do. The people that I farm content of is the likes of Ben Shapiro and others who I'm ideologically against. Andrew Tate, who I'm ideologically against. Like the people that I use for our algorithmic boost, oftentimes are on the exact opposite side of the ideological spectrum. Okay? If there's someone who's on the exact opposite side of the ideological spectrum and I don't talk about them, that's probably because it's not worth talking about because I don't want to give them clout. If there are people who I'm ostensibly on the right side or ostensibly close to on the ideological spectrum and I don't talk about them at all, it's probably because they're in their own little circle. They're doing their own thing. I don't feel like it's so offensive and so bad that I should make content out of it because I think that that's a mere distraction. It's the reason why I try to not farm drama unless it's literally drama related to like the Joe Rogans and the Ben Shapiros of the world, right?
These are mostly debate bro channels and streamers, often liberal elements LARPing class consciousness in the beginning, but as time goes by, show no real signs of any even slightly radical political thought. The both-siders, the lib apologists, the ones who spend 5 hours shit-talking past socialist experiments and then tell you to vote because Biden is the best we've got. The constant conflict-prone behavior and totally...
Okay, well, the AOC thing is it feels like he's talking about me a little bit
embarrassing lack of self-awareness. But also, on the other spectrum, there are the elitist theory academics and campists who completely miss that little point of philosophers changing the world, not just being the most right. And while disagreements are bound to happen wherever there are two dudes and a cup half full, it's only when friendly fire becomes pretty much your most successful method of growing your online presence that you've become the tumor. It doesn't matter if they see themselves as such or if you like.
Yes, anyone that is constantly left punching and constantly fucking talking about like the real cancer, the real scary problem is, people that are further to the left than me, is someone who is like very deliberately and very specifically trying to shut you off from going on your own journey into theory. They're oftentimes also utilizing liberal ideology that is very pervasive in an effort to like make a brand for themselves. Now the reason why I say this is because what fucking power do these supposed tankies have? I make fun of Marxist-Leninists and I make fun of anarchists quite frequently on this broadcast, but they're usually in jest and they come from a place of understanding their position, okay? I do it because I want to create a large umbrella that even includes liberals, of course, okay? That's why I always tell people from varying different ideological backgrounds in my community to be fucking chill and be normal. Now, the reason why I don't spend any fucking time with like people who I'm in ideological disagreements with for the most part, and only spend time talking about fucking reactionary right-wing fascist ideals is because we live in a reactionary culture. We live in a reactionary country, okay? It's fucking ridiculous to constantly posture as though you are the one sane leftist. I'm the one sane social democrat, actually, and everyone to my left is actually fucking crazy when I recognize that those people are important, okay? Those people also still pull many others further down the anti-capitalist pipeline, okay? They also have a tendency to make people like myself look more sane in comparison. I do not care. It's ultimately unproductive. And more importantly than that, it comes from a place of like just hitting someone who has no power whatsoever, okay? It's so weird to be a guy who's like, I'm anti-capitalist, or I adorn leftist politics or radical politics. Like that's my entire brand, who then spends all of their fucking time literally punching those who are, I guess, like marginally more left than they are on one particular issue. I know that a lot of people will look at something like this and go, well, actually, the reason why people are engaging this kind of purity cycle is actually because those guys have damaging ideas. You want to clean your ranks of those people that have like really bad ideas. But in fact, oftentimes it stems from miscommunication, a misunderstanding, constantly assuming that the other person has like additional scary thoughts that you're trying to draw out of their commentary regularly. Like I can fucking condemn Hamas 1 million gorillion times and motherfuckers will still go, technically he loves Hamas actually, and I know it. I know he does. He's just too much of a pussy to say it, but I'm going to use every fucking waking moment to try to find clips that like at least teeter on the edge of him like saying that, well, no, those guys are operating on not just simply barbaric rapist mindset or anti-Semitism mindset. They do have like a goal ultimately, right? You might not agree with it. I certainly do not agree with their methods, right? But ultimately, you still have to do decent analysis. That doesn't mean that I'm fucking pro-Hamas, but of course, you can cut as much Hassan is pro-Hamas videos as you can. There's a lot of Islamophobia happening. You know, we're back to the post-9/11 universe. So, literally Western chauvinism. They fucking say NATO is not imperialist, man. Come on, lol. They say every non-Western socialist country ever was actually fascist and worse than Nazi Germany. It's pretty obvious what they're doing. Exactly. A lot of that is also ahistorical, but it's fine. Let's continue.
Like them or hate their guts. Hell, I'm even going to go so far as not to ascribe them as necessarily bad or intentionally malignant. Probably half of them are doing what in their ideological sense seems right. But when it comes to what we're talking about here, the online left-wing political funnel, they are unfortunately not one of those harmless tumors. They keep people from advancing ideologically. They provide fuel for even greater than usual infighting. They dilute the movement, and most importantly, they dilute ideological growth into a simple childish game of I'm right, no, I'm right, no, I'm right. Criticism should, of course, be shared amongst people on the same team, but in one-to-one conversations, not through loudspeakers. It's just impractical unless all you want to do is grow your YouTube presence. We don't all have to agree, and realistically can only guess what school of thought might end up being the one who's right in the end. That's if we don't all die by then. And it's exactly in accepting this modesty of uncertainty that we should treat others in the funnel with all due respect. Who in the fuck says we are the ones who got it all figured out? All you can do is push your ideas and let others push theirs in this wide, beautiful, ideological family of ours.
So for what he's saying is I completely agree with. And also what he's saying is I feel like Hassan's biggest merit is that for the most part he can stay away from interjecting in content creator drama because he tends to be about that shit is indescribable to normal people. Why are we watching this video again? I don't know, because I like You Got Me's channel. I wanted to see what he had to say. But ultimately, listen. I don't know what the fucking truth is. I don't know what the best way forward is. So I do agree that like there are always going to be differences in opinion. I just think that anyone who pushes this country and anyone who pushes this country or any Western country in an anti-imperialist direction, in a direction where people can have more social amenities and things like that, is good. Good ultimately. You're pushing the country in the right direction. You're pulling the country in the right direction. However, even with all of these people combined, we are of course still powerless in the face of these institutions that are backed by capitalists, these institutions that are established and created in an effort to justify the oppressive structures that we exist under, in an effort to make it seem like any other alternative means is actually unimaginable and really sad and really scary, as a matter of fact, much worse than the homelessness that you see on the streets or the fact that we still have medical debt in this country, right? Like that's not a real thing anywhere else, but we still have it, even though we're the wealthiest nation on earth. So that's the way I think about it. That's why I don't fucking spend time left punching, because it's so stupid. It's like dumb as fuck. The left has no power. Left has no power in this country. That's the reason why I also don't yell at fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I have disagreements with her, and I will openly state my disagreements with her from time to time. But ultimately, it's just like, it's ridiculous to fucking try to glom on to the one person or the 5 or 6 people in Congress that is like closest to the way I view the world, right? I find it really stupid. And the people that do that regularly, like the Demi Doors of the world, they do it not for any real ideological reason. They do it because it's good for money and content. Like that's where that comes from. That is the real reason. That's why a lot of people will do it for the algorithmic boost that they get, or they'll do it because they think that, you know, this is going to create a different avenue for themselves. Same goes for people who don't really necessarily care about like the news of the world, and will spend weeks on end while I'm covering Palestinian children being absolutely destroyed by Israeli rocket fire that we've paid for with our tax dollars. What do those guys cover? They cover drama. They cover like, is Ethan and Hassan Is Ethan and Hassan actually, are they done? Are they going to be over? When will they be over? And many people like that. Many people prefer that to actual news coverage because that makes it way more palatable, right? There are so many people that have done this over the course of the past couple of weeks. Like people that don't know anything about Israel or Palestine, people that don't know about the activist groups, people don't know that like it's an apartheid state, people that don't understand it, but they've already made up their minds. Now, they've made up their minds without knowing anything about the situation because they can always make up their minds without knowing anything about the situation because they're liberals. They will always regurgitate the same thing that the structures are already justifying for them. That's why you can always maintain that's why you can always maintain this presence that you're like objective and neutral. The Sam Harrises of the world used to do this all the fucking time, and they still kind of do to this day. The Jordan B. Petersons of the world used to do this all the time, and they still kind of do this to this day. But Jordan Peterson is openly admitted he's come out of the closet with conservatism at this point. But they used to do this all the fucking time. Dave Rubin being like, "Oh, I'm leaving the left because I'm a real liberal," a classical liberal, the Tim Pools of the world who say, "I'm still a liberal actually, even though I think Trump is going to win every state," and then some. And it's done because everyone is a liberal. And when you maintain the concept, the marketing that you are a liberal, you can just kind of rely on as many have before, you can kind of rely on the marketing while still pushing like really dangerous and scary and right-wing ideals. But yeah.
Operate like a dirty capitalist market. History will show what will work or won't. It's on us to push people to action and not just petty, stupid infighting. And the best part is that it's a total myth that by pushing people down the funnel, you will lose an audience. Look at plenty of creators ranging from Second Thought Philosophy Tube or Hassan who dedicate their time to informing, entertaining, and teaching at a relative entry level and yet manage to keep some of the biggest audiences on here without living off of cannibalizing other left-adjacent channels they might not.
The worst people who come out of the Israel-Palestine argument are those who say, "Oh, you care about Palestinians? What about Yemen, Kurds, Rohingya? Where were you then?" And it's like, bro, we have been talking about it. You just weren't fucking listening because you're just cynically listing off a Google search to try and dunk on people. Yes. I mean, that happens all the time. Like, all of those issues I brought up, but people will be like, well, what about now? You know, what? You're not talking about them now. It's like, yeah, because, you know, we're currently watching a ethnic cleansing campaign happen in real time with our dollars. So anyway, I hate that, but I think I despise the people that derail what I'm trying to do because I'm very open about what I want to do. I want people to go on their own journey, right? I want people to go on their own journey. I want people to explore anti-capitalist thought, anti-capitalist sentiment. I want people to read theory, right? And what is very frustrating, and I want people to understand that I'm always going to offer historical materialist perspectives on why things have happened and why things will continue happening in the way that they do. So in that process, though, I require charitability. And the thing that I fucking despise is that the drama farming is, of course, very appealing, and it gets a lot of clicks, and it basically muddies the waters. And so many people that just want to get as much information as possible from a way more palatable way can only keep up with news instead of like dense ass, like going through articles over and over again and like looking at what activist groups have written and their investigations. They just simply want to watch drama unfold in front of their eyes and then feel like they've actually learned something new. And that, unfortunately, is the most successful way to cover the news. Like if I do a Ben Shapiro video, if I react to Ben Shapiro talking about Israel-Palestine, that video is going to get way more views than, and here, I know this already because I am, after all, a YouTuber. Okay, let's take a look. Like, comedian demolishes Piers Morgan, Israel-Palestine debate, 131,000 views. This country is a joke, 107,000 views. And then you go down, and you get to Ben Shapiro gets owned by a TikTok, 329,000 views because it's way more palatable. It is way more palatable. Stop lying, Ben Shapiro, 320,000 views. But if I have a member of the Knesset, does Israel Palestine have a solution featuring Noah Cohen and Dr. Ofer Kassif? 100,000 views. People don't care. People don't care enough. You know? Like they don't want the good stuff. They don't want the educational stuff. So I have to like maintain this delicate balance. But I do get very frustrated. So you're saying it's about the money, not the message? What? Here comes the accusations of intellectual corruption. The problem is when you speak in absolutes about theory, true. So you're saying it's about the money and not the message is chomp and cheddar? I think you completely misunderstood what I was saying. Unless you're talking about me or someone else. I hate when people say, so you're saying. Because it always turns into something I'm not saying at all. It's just like some dude shadow boxing in the chat. What I'm trying to say is that what I do requires charitability. And I can't get charitability if the most popular footage of my content and my commentary is greatly motivated by someone who's not really interested in delivering their own perspective until maybe later down the line, but instead just to use any and every opportunity to be like, Hassan fucking sucks, and here's why he's like stupid and bad and wrong all the time, right? And that kind of clickbaity shit works really well. It's unfortunate. Not gonna lie, you don't get enough credit for how little you engage with petty leftist drama sphere. Despite that, yeah, I don't care to learn about a lot of that stuff. All right,
relative entry level, and yet manage to keep some of the biggest audiences on here without living off of cannibalizing other left-adjacent channels they might not fully agree with. But okay, we've spent enough time on these tumors. Disagreements will exist, but the funnel takes precedence. Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. We should all get along. Yugopnik should run for the Miss World pageant.
Hassan, is the internet charitability is not a thing, and don't expect that from people who don't like you on a personal level? Yeah, well, a lot of people don't like me on a personal level because, one, they've developed a misguided opinion of me because they never really like came in here and saw what I was about and only watched videos of people being like, Hassan is stupid and fucking shitty and a monster, ranging from people who say like Hassan is bad and stupid to Hassan is genocidal maniac and a terrorist, right? So when that's all you're inundated with, like you're already going to come in here with a negative perspective. Yeah. My older brother doesn't like you because you've made fun of XQC or something. And I think to myself, oh, so you've never seen a video or stream of his. Exactly. And there's a lot of people like that. And it sucks because it completely destroys what I'm trying to do. What? I just did my sunnet. What the fuck? Okay, shut the fuck up, chatter. How can they not like you on a personal level? Next to 0 people here know you personally. That's a great question. It's because they don't know anything. They've just been fed a bunch of misinformation. And no one is going to sit here and watch a fucking 8-hour stream to develop their minds. It's much more condensed and much easier to go, he's bad, he's a rich socialist, and he fucking watches React content, and that's bad too. The commentator you just pulled up is an example of the viewer that is looking for drama, not information law. Exactly. So that kind of sucks. What's really great about your commentary is that you remember articles and studies really well and can bring them in a conversation about recent events. Yes. I do try to do that. Unfortunately, I went on Reddit. Someone said something insane about you. When I asked them about it, they said, I'm just repeating what other people have said. I've never watched them. Absolutely insane. Because people want to be a part of a club. And if there's a big fuck Hassan club, like they kind of want to be a part of that. Yeah. Regardless, the thing that I wanted to say is also I've been doing this, and this is a politics is hot button. Everybody gets very passionate about their own particular thing. Everyone has like one issue they care about the most. And if I am at a disagreement with that issue, most people don't have the capacity to go, okay, we just disagree with that, but I agree with all the other stuff, so who cares? They go, oh my God, this is the most important thing on the planet, and he just singled me out and said I'm a fucking idiot for believing this. Now I will hate him forever. Or before I get to that point, I'll say something really stupid in the chat, and he'll just rip me apart and then ban me, so now I hate him forever. And it usually works like that. You know what I mean? It's usually, that is how this works. XQC is a piece of shit who uses every opportunity to mention you on a stream and make fun of you. Such a shitty person. It's okay. There are a lot of people who do stuff like this, and it doesn't really, it doesn't really matter. Every single time I've had a conversation with XQC on camera, everybody knows how that goes. You know what I mean? There's never been a singular moment where XQC and I have been side by side where we've had a conversation where he's come across as like coherent, clear, in the right, it doesn't really matter. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, you'll get it. Originally, I was going to actually show you the creators I would consider the humor category, but I decided against it out of naivety or hope that they might eventually step out of this role. They might not even be realizing they're playing. We're still on the same side, I think. Anyways, now let's actually take a peek into the meat of this chunky-ass funnel of ours. We all start from somewhere. Our initial trigger to changing our mind can be anything from personal experience to watching a dude we follow get dunked on in a YouTube video. There's no right, no wrong approach, and that's exactly why this section of the funnel is so important, and not to forget, kind of fun. Let's start from the reply guys. Their lore takes us back to the anti-SJW era, a dark and sweaty time which gave birth to many variants of the Ben Shapiro virus. This virus would seemingly attach itself to unsuspecting videos of progressive feminists or 18-year-old college kids saying something, only to be completely obliterated by the superior minds of facts and logic. Well, until people started actually questioning those facts and logics, giving birth to left-wing ownage corn, or what we call the reply guys. This can be done in many formats, through long-form essays like those of H. Bomber Guy.
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Or
Classic.
Big Joel, or direct analytical dunks like from The Cavernacle, edgy punches like with Bad Empanada streams, or just classic humorous annihilation like with Noah Samson or Hakeem's famous response videos. These videos feel like cold water being splashed in your face. Just instead of waking up from your fever, you're being shown that, hey, that the really smart dude you've been basing your whole personality around, yeah, they're kind of bloody stupid. Moving to the second type, probably what I spend most time watching personally, media analysis. It's the people you should blame for the saying that everything is political, which it is, no matter how much we try to forget. Media analysts take our favorite films, books, series, music, or art in general, and show us the underlying ideology of the whole thing. Why we relate so much or why we hated it. What message...
Yeah, Bad Empanada is unironically the best example of the type of person I don't actually interact with or yell at all, because ultimately, like, one, I don't know the entire breadth of their content, but like that's a perfect example. Like it's just like, I think they're anti-imperialist, so whatever, I just look away. I know that he doesn't like me personally. I think he's like done many videos on me as well where he's like he reluctantly has to agree that I'm anti-imperialist, but ultimately he's just like but he's like, fuck that guy, because he does like react videos or some shit. He is a little off, for sure. It's fucking insane that you're more charitable to Lonerbox and Empanada. Loner hates and shits on you way more. I mean, I talk to Lonerbox from time to time. I don't think Lonerbox is as big as a Zionist as you guys think he is, especially considering that he's done multiple videos, one with the Palestinian content creator Beast Process, where he literally, for an hour, talks about how Israel is an apartheid state. So, Bad Empanada, he doesn't hate you. I just remember I remember him being like losing his mind over like react content. There's a lot of people who's like, because they're YouTubers, they just like their brain breaks on react content, and they're just like, that's the worst thing you can ever do. It's like, actually, you can't be a socialist while doing react content, to which I'm like, okay.
Was it trying to put across why some of it is propaganda or why it's, just really bad?
Ultimately, I don't do anything. Like, I don't shit on him, or I don't spend any time, because like, why the fuck would I? Why would I? You know what I mean? Why would I do that? Who gives a shit?
Get a lot of shit from people further down the funnel for not really doing anything, but how can you say that about some of the greatest propaganda works of our time, like Shrek, a Marxist analysis by Jonas Chayka, and I kid you not, Azure Scapegoat. Yes. There are two analyses of Shrek, or the greatest takedown of how Enemy at the Gate lies to you by Kay and Skittles, shows like Renegade Cut, or the recent gem Overanalyzing the Barbie Movies with Queer Marxist Theory by Alexander Avila. All the creators on this list are pretty great, and not all of them only focus on media. And while you might call most of this either over-intellectualizing or, contrastingly, not much more than consumerist obsession over...
Okay, first of all, I do media analysis too. Why the fuck am I not on here? I do it in real time as a streamer, okay? I do it in real time as a streamer, and it's about news, like, for the most part. It's not media as in, like, long-form media. I do media analysis and instill media literacy all the fucking time. You are on here? No, I'm not in this category.
For art... All I can tell you is...
You're a tumor, honey? No, dumbass. He made the worst fucking graph of all time. where he says tumors are separate from the people that are on there on the streamer category, and he doesn't name them, so it's like causing confusion for people.
News is, the news. Arguably a section of the media landscape we lack the most in. The libs are out here performing group fellatio on the Bidens and Macrons of the world, only outpaced by the giant orange man statues erected hard, deep, and long by the conservative echo chamber. It's kind of hard to compete with billion-dollar industries, but some are still ready to take this on, pushing through the sludge, getting us informed, and somehow staying away from the big old Murdoch bucks. Some of my favorite are the excellent Democracy Now!, PLN, or Positive Leftist News, run by Mexi. Contrastingly, Good Morning Bad News, mostly over on TikTok, or the ever-entertaining Some More News. I even run a fledgling openly biased news channel with my boys from the Deprogram podcast called First Thought, where we post 3 times a week and are soon launching our first long-form content.
It's not causing confusion. These dicks are calling you a tumor because it gets a reaction out of you? Oh.
Anyways, while the news section of the funnel won't always directly push someone down, it plays a critical role in fighting against right-wing advancement into the mainstream and hopefully introduces most viewers to critically viewing establishment, billionaire-owned media mouthpieces.
Their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
So, the introduction funnel is there to tickle the curiosity by killing your idols, connecting to you through media and art, or by giving
I'm
you
on
a
the news
perspective
category.
of current events.
Guys,
lighting.
Guys, Ugopnik is not gonna fucking shit on me. What is wrong with all of you? What the fuck are you talking about? We are like-minded individuals who also have a tendency for flashy luxury goods. I've been on their podcast. What are you talking about? I hype them up all the time. Some of you guys are kind of silly. I guess I get it because you think like everyone that makes content that mentions me by name is probably fucking attacking me in some regard, but that's not what's going on. My PFP's in the news section as well.
The fire is half the work. The big boy, the fat of the funnel, the fat of our lives, entertainment. Get radicalized in the toilet seat, at work, during break, at school, while driving, while drinking, before sleep, or right when you wake up. The opiate of the masses is no longer religion, or even opiates themselves. It's 24/7 non-stop warfare for your screen time. How then, in the 9 hells, do you expect any self-respecting movement to not utilize that? Entertaining people and helping them forget about their worries, if only for a moment, are relatively noble goals by themselves. But add an extra ingredient to that concoction, and you get the goddamn powder puff girls of ideology. Political entertainers stem from the early days of late-night talk shows, combining comedy, news, and hot takes, which themselves stem from thousands of years of deeply politicized written, spoken, and performed entertainment. In our era, this field has transformed into a whole mega industry of podcasters, streamers, comedians, and just general people looking to give you a good time. Well, maybe, hopefully, teaching you something along the way. To start off with streamers, they give arguably the biggest bang for your buck of any video entertaining category I can think of. Some of these people spend between 5 and 10 hours a day, every day, pretty much living with their chat. They react to others' content, world events, shoot the shit, react to what chat sends them, or analyze this or that subject. Because so much time is invested by viewers who consume this sort of content, there is an inexplicable bond built between the host and the audience.
You hear that THC carts are killing people. You hear that mattresses are killing people?
This bond leads to far deeper trust than with most other formats of entertainment or content in general. And this trust, which translates into quite real and literal power, can be used to direct, often unexperienced people towards a more factual and kinder way of looking at the world. In an era plagued by rampant antisocial tendencies, people, especially the young'uns, are looking for role models outside of their homes, but now also schools and friend groups. That's where streamers who treat their role responsibly come into play. From the likes of Hassan, who's basically a one-man Gen Z leftist CNN at this point, or the many different stripes of leftists from Mike from PA, The Serfs, Central Committee, No Justice MTG, Rob Ross at TRRS, by often unwillingly playing the role of either role model or main source of the correct takes, streamers, when not embracing the tumor path, will continue to grow into some of the most influential people of our era, like it or not. Next on, we have the jokers. They either tell us we live in a society or make us laugh. They make up the meat, the largest chunk of the entertainment funnel. Some of them you call comedians, others video essayists and commentators. I cut them into 2 subtypes. Edgelord internet humor, the likes of Wow Mao, who apparently, yes, is an actual leftist. Juche Co-op Gang, a very tall Bart. Aim on animation, which still haunts me in my dreams to this day.
But then, pretty much...
You missed yourself, the streamer section? Yeah. I mean, I don't want to know.
Politicized, written, spoken, and performed podcaster, stream fully. The biggest bang for your buck of any video entertaining category I can think of.
Oh, he said biggest bang for your buck?
5 and 10 hours a day, every day, pretty much living with their chat. They react to others' content, world events, shoot the shit, react to what chat sends them, or analyze this or that subject. Because so much time is invested by viewers who consume this sort of content, there is an inexplicable bond built between the host and the audience.
You hear that THC carts are killing people. You hear that mattresses are killing people?
This bond leads to far deeper trust than with most other formats of entertainment or content in general. And this trust, which translates into quite real and literal power, can be used to direct, often unexperienced people towards a more factual and kinder way of looking at the world. In an era plagued by rampant antisocial tendencies, people, especially the young'uns, are looking for role models outside of their homes, but now also schools and friend groups. That's where streamers who treat their role responsibly come into play. From the likes of Hassan, who's basically a one-man Gen Z leftist CNN at this point, or the many different stripes of leftists from Mike from PA, The Serfs, Central Committee, No Justice MTG, Rob Russett, TRR.
Mike from PA, Central Committee, what the fuck? Double mention.
By often unwillingly playing the role of either role model or main source of the correct takes, streamers, when not embracing the tumor path, will continue to grow into some of the most influential people of our era. Like it or not. Next on, we have the jokers. They either tell us we live in a society or make us laugh. They make up the meat of the meat, the largest chunk of the actually my dreams, the OG who...
And pretty much that things just become like land creatures.
And the OG who was here before it was even a thing, Batko, and many, many other edgelords. And the second subtype, the long-form joker.
Batko is the one who made that intro that I used to use all the time. The anarchist intro. You don't hate Blue Mondays, which he had to delete, I think, for some reason or another.
Jokers who make pretty much everything from essays to short documentaries, like one of my personal favorites, the two insane boyfriends over at Boy Boy, the brilliant Mia Mulder, Spooky Scary Socialist with his whole 2 videos, Sean the Talking Skull, Mooncat, who by the way almost drinks as much as me, which is very comforting to say the least. Anyways, a recent rising star, GDF, Philosophy
GDF is the
Cube,
GOAT.
Balkan Odyssey, and many, many others. By phrasing their content as more generally educational, historical, or as cultural analysis or whatever not so scary term, they managed to pique the interest of people just browsing the web looking for a good laugh, or to satisfy their curiosity on this topic or another. They're the shit YouTube will actually recommend, the shit that changes your worldview without you even noticing it. King content, baby. King content. Now, next. Podcasters. I mean, do I have to say anything here? It's podcasts. Radio killed the TV star. If you're going to spend your time listening to something while you're driving, cooking, working out, pushing out those dark thoughts of cosmic insignificance as you fantasize of the warm embrace of non-existence wrapping you in its arms after the excruciating experience of being given life without having ever asked for it, or cleaning, redecorating, or gaming, podcasts are a constant. I have personally learned a lot from incredible shows like Chapo Trap House for the humor and interesting takes on theory, TrueAnon to grow my hatred of pedocapitalism, Revolutionary Left Radio and Guerrilla History Pod for my praxis in history, or Blowback for their incredible storytelling. Oh, also a little podcast called The Deprogram that yours truly runs with Hakeem and Second Thought, link below. But yeah, contrary to the newsphere, the left has managed to find its place in this medium with some of the most grassroots financially backed pods out there being the very ones which are working towards the good old cause. The entertainer step of the funnel, in general, is pretty exclusive to the internet. Grassroots organization is too busy feeding and housing people to also give them a laugh. It's also the perfect stepping stone one can take because, let's be honest, it's mostly not that heavy. None of us can bear to sit through books and documentaries and heavy-handed videos all the time, especially when we're not really that involved with a thing in the first place, which people at this stage of the funnel really aren't. And that's exactly what our darling entertainers managed to do. Bridge that gap between a slight interest and real passion, by totally normalizing a school of thought that should have been the standard in the first place. The right might have war movies, billionaire funding, and countless grifters, but they will always be, well, boring. You've opened up your mind to it. All those years of indoctrination have finally been flushed out along with your daily intake of cigarettes and vodka. You've had an ideological enema and are now finally ready to learn. So, just like in IRL, there's nothing you can't do without the right hype man. This section of the funnel, as I've just said, is there to actually show you why the current status quo really isn't doing it for you. Something happened in your life, or you spent enough time around leftist ideas, and it triggered your need to learn more. But it's not like you'll actually sit through difficult to understand theory and ideas, and you're still skeptical of the concept that there might be actual alternatives to the current system. It's not that bad, you know? And that's exactly where these hype man channels come into play.
I feel like this video is just going to end up as fuel monger for the right. No, but this is like something that I openly have talked about on, ironically, the Deprogram podcast, which is that like I like tailoring my message to the audience that I assume is listening, specifically because like I want to lead them on their own personal journey of discovery of leftist ideals. And a lot of people use that as a gotcha to be like, Hasan is actually secretly a tanky and like wants to kill every capitalist or whatever, and that's why he's saying these sorts of things. And it's like, first of all, it's not a fucking secret. Like, I openly said it myself, and I've said it time and time again. And secondly, like, no, I don't want people to get fucking murdered. The entire worldview that I have revolves around trying to make it easier for others to coexist. So it's very stupid, but you know, I do think that people will use this video in that regard as well. So who cares? Fuck them. I've seen people say you're pretending to be left, a grifter, because you stay so light. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Those people, half of those people, including some of the fucking worst goddamn grifters in this sector, have come from this community. Okay, I've been doing this for far longer than I've been serving top of the hour ad breaks. Okay, I've been doing this for fucking what, 4 years now, right? Almost 5 actually, as a matter of fact. It's about to be fucking 5 years that I've been doing this. And obviously almost 10 before then at the Young Turks, but 5 on my own, or full-time on my own for 3, but 5 on Twitch. So, here's the 3-minute break now. So, of course, a lot of people have come and left in that process. A lot of people have come and gone in that time frame. Some have become ideological enemies. Some have become major. 5+ on Twitch, bro. What are you on? It's been 5 years this year. Yes, I technically started in 2018. That you're right. So it has been 5 years. It's almost about to be 6 years. But I started, I went full time in 2020, in the beginning of 2020. You have created supervillains by exposing them in chat and then yelling at them while we KEGW. I know. Anyway, let's continue.
While on the surface, having been cut into different categories, really only have one role: touch on particular people's particular.
You want to know why I popped off? Not because of the 2020 election. I'll tell you why I popped off. I was thinking about this morning. I was thinking about it because of everything that I've said about Ukraine. Not like the, Russia won't invade, which I obviously recognize was wrong. And not because of COVID either. COVID was there. But there were other fucking content creators online as well. Why didn't they experience the same thing? I'm going to tell you why, okay? It was obviously a combination of COVID. It was a combination of the election cycle. But you want to know what it was? It wasn't just the January 6th coverage. No. It was also the fact that while the George Floyd protests were happening all around the country and then all around the world, there was a fucking quirked up white boy who had been defending Black Lives Matter for, at that point, far before anyone else had ever even learned about it and defended it. While everybody was fucking pulling a defund the police is bad on Black Lives Matter under the Barack Obama administration, I was fucking advocating for the same shit and getting yelled at by liberals in the exact same capacity that liberals still yell at me. Okay? And time passed, and Donald Trump became anti-Black Lives Matter, and then liberals also came to that conclusion that Black Lives Matter may be good. Okay? There's a reason why when something pops off in real time, I can conduct analysis that is on the money, like in real time, and you go, whoa, I don't understand. How did this happen? Like, how can I do that? It's because I've been saying the exact same shit for 10 fucking years on the exact same issues, because unfortunately, nothing changes. Nothing gets better. But that's what it is. So, yes, in 2020, when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening, people were, I think, like, shocked to find a daily streamer who you know, knew what the positions were all about. because at that point, I had been advocating for Black Lives Matter since 2015, since Ferguson, at a time when I was critical of Barack Obama for shitting on Black Lives Matter. This is something that a lot of people have forgotten. A lot of liberals love having amnesia on shit like this, okay? There was a time when, like I said, liberals, including the Pod Johns, were very critical of Black Lives Matter. They were like shitting on BLM for making the Democrats look bad. Just like right now, there are still liberals who are shitting on others who say, I don't know if I want to vote for Joe Biden if he keeps pushing genocide. And their response to that is always, well, Trump is going to be worse at genocide. He'll be extra genocidal. And it's like, that's not the point. You have to extract concessions out of your leaders, especially when it's, I would say, a red line, like a moral red line to draw in the sand. Why the fuck wouldn't you do that? That's politics. Stop yelling at those who are demanding an end to this endless bloodshed and start dialing, baby. Start calling your fucking congresspersons. Make a big stink. Libtards need to get their shit in order. Okay?
Pain points and explain why, very truthfully, they're directly or indirectly systematic and therefore fixable. How capitalism hurts you is somewhat of my channel's specialty, focusing on how you're screwed over financially, emotionally, and spiritually.
Wait, are you sure you streaming 24/7 straight for like 2 years wasn't the biggest catalyst? I think that played a big role in it too.
And soul, how your boss twists modesty on you as some sort of virtue while siphoning almost all the money you generate for himself, how your inability to find true community or love is stifled by the ever-growing commodification of all relationships, including the family, how dreams which would have been considered modest in the middle of the last century are now borderline impossible for you to achieve, and so on and so on and so on. Channels like my dear friend JT over at Second Thought, who introduces his viewers to a more material understanding of how things really work in capitalism through the brilliantly written and produced videos. One Dime's crazy insight into the economy, ideology, and the future. Unlearning of economics. Niche but incredibly important topics like the ones covered by the likes of Catherine or Andrewism. History deep dives by Freda, History Civilis, or the brilliantly passionate Lady Izdihar. How we're impacting our very own planet, explained by channels like Our Changing Climate, as well as fantastic anti-fascist cultural and social commentators like FD Signifier, Bess D. Marks, Luna Oy, Cock Philosophy, Non-Compete, or John the Duncan, and many, many, many, many others. The hype men are the breaking point, the closest to an actual PR team of the online left pipeline. They're supposed to be direct, honest, clear, and if possible, just a little bit entertaining. This is where the marketing of ideas kind of stops. For the only people moving to the next step are those looking for solutions of the problems defined and explained in this section of the funnel. People who finally understand this shit makes no sense and ask the scariest question: what is to be done?
This whole class is gonna feel my wrath. Now, D nice.
Do you mean Denise?
Son of a...
The teachers represent the free online universities of modern ideological education. Just like professors in any college I can think of, most of them often disagree among themselves in most key issues. But with the students coming from all walks of life and incredibly eclectic material conditions, it's this very diversity of teachers the online left has that can be its strength. The teachers outline the many schools of thought of our relatively young tradition, from the Marxists to the Kropotkins and the Luxemburgs and Lenins. They go in depth about how the current system functions, how it informs history, what had predated it, what alternatives to it exist, how they may be brought about, what the relationship is between man and labor, man and the material world, man and purpose. By teaching, they are fulfilling the very ideals set out to them by the oldest minds of these philosophies, changing the world. Their job is to give the tools needed to generations of self-conscious individuals, to build not only progressive minds who believe, but hands which act. Together with the obviously far more important knowledge one gains from actual IRL organizing, these teachers, just like a mama bird, help chew through the heavy, often boring, long, and insanely complicated history and philosophy and carefully drop it into all of our hungry, angry mouths. Spit that pure ideology into my mouth, mommy. Am I right? Oh, Jesus, why did I keep this in the script? Where was it? Yeah, the teachers. Their job never really ends, even if they get someone to move on from the funnel, because as they say, the more you know nothing. So, who are they? Well, some of my favorite and most impactful channels of this finishing line of ours are people like my dear brother Hakim, who somehow takes the Alexandrian library he has in his head and gives us what we need to know. Theory channels like Marxism Today, The Marxist Project, Prol Cult, Epoch Philosophy, Zoe Baker for the Anarchist, or The Finnish Bolshevik for the MLs, Jonas Jacob from Cock Philosophy for those in between, And probably plenty others. Hell, I'll probably get into so much trouble for even putting them all on one list, but that's Papa Yugopnik's burden to bear. I might like some of my kids more than the others, but I'll never, ever.
That's weird. I feel like this dismisses the tremendous job you do. What are you talking about? He's not only my friend, but also glazed me the fuck up like multiple times, more than his own co-hosts. What are you talking about?
Tell them. The teachers are here to help learn and wave as the new generations of terminally online humanoids slowly creep out to touch the grass. No matter how much shit they get, or we get, I've always loved this little nook of the internet. At the end of the day, cut to its most basic truth, it's a bunch of people who wanted to find a way to escape the daily grind of the very system they know and hate, while at the same time doing their part to push for an alternative to that very same system. They saved themselves from the proletarian grind, but didn't forget their roots. It's not just content for the sake of content, at least not most of the time. And if they trick the market into putting bread on their table while they shit talk it, then, and I might be subjective here, they might have just found one of the last cheat codes to this massive...
100%. That's also part of the reason why he didn't put me in 2 categories, he put me in 3. But that's also the reason why I like cover petty shit too. Like, obviously... When I said I don't cover like leftist drama, that doesn't mean I don't cover drama. Of course I cover drama. Drama that is not like inherently leftist, I cover from a leftist perspective all the time. Why? Because people also want, people want to eat chips sometimes on the side. They want to have some treats. So, yes, there's definitely a lot of the fun shit that I engage in. That's part of the reason why I, play video games. It's part of the reason why I do React content. Like, that's it. What's going on? Why are you getting up? Up, little lady. Someone's bored. Yeah. And also, that's why I collaborate or used to collaborate more, I think, with other content creators. Because, like, it's good to tap into their audiences as well. Well, one, because I enjoy collaborating with other content creators. These are my friends. But also because it's, like, good to reach a new audience in a positive way. Obviously, many of the larger content creators that I no longer am like super friendly with have shut off said cross-pollination and have actually, as a matter of fact, used me as a cudgel to consistently remind people like it's a fucking parachute cord that like Hasan is bad. Remember, guys, no matter how much you yell at me for whatever moral failing that I've demonstrated over and over again, remember how bad Hasan is because he makes you feel bad because he's a fucking disgusting commie and he believes that trans people are people, or that, he's anti-capitalist despite having a house. Capitalists will sell us the rope we will hang them with. This is a great quote for the reason it's gaining from the system while advocating
unfair game we've all been thrust into without our consent. If we put the infighting to the minimum, concentrate on the goal, and do our small but significant parts, both these creators and the incredible communities they're building could have a real impact.
I don't know.
Or maybe this is just all a big useless circle jerk. But then again, you did just finish the video. Thank you for watching. Now, be a good Tavarish and smash that subscribe button if you liked what...
Alright, this is a good video. Respect. Anyway, good video overall from friend of the show. Alright, let's see. Los Angeles Explained.
Angeles, the land of big dreams, flourishing creativity, progressive policies, tropical beaches, and diverse culture. Or a dystopian hellscape overflowing with uncontrollable criminals, rampant substance abuse, abominable infrastructure, abysmal city planning, and the most insufferable, fake, egotistical, hypocritical people on planet Earth. Well, to preface this video, I'm sure some of you live in LA, and I'm sure you're all nice people, okay? So especially for you guys, I thought I'd include a quick section, things I like about LA. Number 1, a cheeseburger. Apparently it was invented in LA, as well as the Egg McMuffin. 2, abundant sunbathing opportunities. The weather's
He said McMuffin.
Perfect, and you got beautiful bodies of water like the LA River and the shark-infested, riptide-laden North Pacific Ocean. Or if you really want to get that tan going, Death Valley National Park. Number 3, Hasan's house. I like it because Hasan has Wow Mao locked in the basement editing TikToks, and I appreciate him getting rid of all my competition on this platform. Number 4, California...
True.
city. Now, not many people know about this suburban city in Los Angeles County, but personally, I really like the architecture of every single house they built here. And number 5, all the good comedy, films, music, and art that's come out of Los Angeles over the years. After all, LA is the entertainment capital of America. I mean, the electric guitar was literally invented here. However, the problem with LA being the American entertainment capital is that realistically, it's just the place where art gets turned into commercial products that people like this guy can make billions off. This is perfectly portrayed by some of the low-key...
This is such a British take on LA, it's hilarious. I mean, yeah.
Demonic talk shows based out of LA. James Corden has got to be the most American British person ever, and he possesses one of the most defining LA personality traits. He's too happy. Everyone in LA is too happy, blood. They all think they're main characters or something, shouting down their iPhone 15s with all their shiny white teeth glistening in the sun. I really think that if any of these delusionally happy LA freaks were forced to eat a soggy Tesco meal deal waiting at a freezing wet bus stop, sat next to a passed out cheesehead in the outskirts of Birmingham, they would just revert back into being normal humans. Angelinos have got to be the most clout-minded people on the planet. You can get anything in LA if you got some clout. For example, Big Arnold was the state governor for 8 years. Now, I think the guy was great in Terminator, but what the f does he know about governing a state? This is just a famous old man from Austria with a severely lower than average...
That's so crazy. That's fucking so true. God damn it. I hate to recognize this, and I hate to admit that this Oi bruv is right, but god damn, what the fuck?
Brain capacity due to taking enough anabolic steroids to kill a dinosaur in the 70s. Really, Los Angeles is just a valley full of hopeful people trying to achieve their dreams, which sounds nice but ends up as a pyramid of fragile egos, in which each individual is desperately leeching off whoever is the next level up in a frantic thrashing competition to get from the deep sea to the twilight zone. And I think the peak of this LA main character syndrome is the internet niche where so-called influencers film themselves giving out money to homeless people on Skid Row, either to make profit or to make clout that leads to profit, or just purely to stroke their own egos. But like, oh, congratulations, bro, you just funded like 27 fentanyl overdoses, and people will...
Dude, nothing touches California staying on fucking top, baby, other than this shit, okay? I'm sorry. There's nothing, dude. California on top, baby. Let me just fucking point to it real quick. That's right, dude. Xi Jinping at APEC meeting in San Francisco. All these fucking haters at CBSNews.com being like, it's a political minefield. You fucking kidding me, dude? Governor Gruesome Gavin Newsom, he did it. California Oblast on top. That's right. He went out there and he decked the fuck out of that Chinese child, okay? And guess what happened? The Chinese who respect strength said, guess what? You decked the fuck out of that kid and we respect you for it. We're gonna come and show, to you the charitability that you showed to us. As a Chinese Ha said, this rendition of this great song is offensive to our people. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Kind of fucked up that you're saying that I'm not singing my heart out. Hell no, the great Khan Pritzker will destroy Gruesome Newsom and Illinois will rule the continent. There's 3 top blokes in the Democratic Party ranks. All 3 are governors. Okay, all 3 are governors. You have the Illinois Oblast Gruesome, not Gruesome, Big Boy Pritzker. Okay, and then coming in from Michigan, they unite against Palestine. Excuse me, Big Gretch. Hell no. Big Gretch is the most pro-Palestinian politician in the nation, okay, other than like Rashida Tlaib. The Illinois Khanate, led by Papa Pritzker, and the buxom Big Gretch from Michigan, versus California Oblast's very own gruesome governor Gavin Newsom. Okay, these are the top 3 contenders. Anyway, this is pretty sick, though. Biden and Xi, APEC meeting in San Francisco, a political minefield. Huh. No one can afford San Francisco rents, not even Xi. They're trying to bankrupt China. All right, let's continue.
Applaud this stuff in the comments, saying like, yo, politicians would never help these people out like you do. And I think the target audience for this type of content is like Republican dads. And I find it so funny when patriotic Americans who love their financial individualism also wonder why their downtown is full of drug addicts and why the politicians they vote for don't do anything to help this crisis. Bro, this system you are so proud of literally incentivizes doctors to prescribe people thousands of medications they don't need. The selling of medicine in the US is literally a pyramid scheme. Just instead of getting Sigma males to sign up to Hustlers University, we're getting vulnerable Americans addicted to opiates, leading to drug epidemics like what we see in downtown LA, specifically Skid Row. This area is pretty much a no-go zone, even though you can still find hipsters munching away on their avocado toast in these apartment blocks, looking out of their penthouse windows appreciating.
It's like weird how on the money this is. Like, for a dude, for an oi bruv, it's like shocking that he knows this.
In the gritty urban environment, hipsters have absolutely taken over the hoods of LA. I mean, there are literally coffee roasteries in fucking Compton. Despite this being the situation on the streets, LA is one of the most expensive cities in America. We're talking Switzerland level prices, we're talking Monaco level prices, we're talking Iceland level prices, not the shop, the country. So to demonstrate how expensive LA really is, I opened up Zillow and set my location to Los Angeles. How much do you think this old crusty bungalow is going for? Pause the video right now and make your guess.
That old crusty bungalow, at least 1.2. At least 1.2 mil.
And $2.8 million.
No! What?
What about this literal
Wait, that's literally the price of my house. What the fuck? Yo, what is happening in the fucking housing market, dog? What neighborhood?
This old crusty bungalow is going for? Pause the video right now and make your guess. And
this is why it's so fucking funny that people were like, $3 million mansion, rich much, hypocrite much, and it's like, it kills me that every single motherfucker that has walked through these halls here, okay, have been like, this is your house? And it pisses me off because it's like, it's nice. It's like a nice house. It's not like it is a normal single family home. That's it. It is literally the most normal single family home you can own in this goddamn city. That's it. It's not like a crusty bungalow like this, probably bigger than that, but it's just like, I remember FD Signifier laughed about how your house was very normal, Lamau. Yeah. Mansion drama again, we get it, bro. Normal single family home in LA. No, everybody knows that is a very normal single family home. It's just funny that like, I've gotten probably like, it literally created the most like hatred. It kick-started like, the fuck Hassan train solidified after that. You know what I mean? That was like, the first big wave, and it is hilarious. Everybody was like, dude, everybody's acting like I bought the fucking Taj Mahal or some shit, and it's just like literally a regular ass house.
$2.8 million. What about this literal bando, which was absolutely destroyed in a fire? If you look closely, there's no roof. Also, instead of a garden, the house backs onto a constantly congested, noisy, fume-emitting 5-lane freeway. And across the street, there's what looks to be a rubbish dump. Take your guesses, folks. 400 grand for a fucking bando. Alright, finally we got this one. It's got a pool and a fire pit, guys. So you already know we're talking big money. And whilst it's obviously nicer than all the others we've seen so far, it's still one story tall. Remember, this is just a glorified flashy bungalow. Alright, pause the vid and make your guess now.
5.2, depending on where area it is, it's either 5.2 or it could go all the way to 10.2. Like, it's minimum 5.2 though. It's way too nice. The backyard is way too nice. So actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna say 8.5.
You are wrong. It was none of these options on the screen because this house is currently on sale for $85 million. Maybe after seeing these ludicrous property prices, you get a better idea why so many people live in tents. Out of the American homeless population, 40% are employed and work jobs. They literally just can't afford housing. But to really get your empathy going, you can watch me doing a homeless challenge for 48 hours in LA whilst I get thousands of dollars in ad revenue to fund my cool Venice Beach artsy hippie house, where me and my politically correct friends make thought-provoking content. Skid Row is only one of the many neglected and unsanitary parts of Los Angeles. Another example is the LA River. Once a picturesque, crystal clear, gold-rich waterway, now is one of the most polluted flowing bodies of water in the world. Basically, the snowmelt and rainwater from up here just passes through the city, sucking up so much industrial and urban waste that it consistently reaches 100 times more
This video has taught me that you're a fake social because your house is normal and actually small. Get your money up and we'll buy you a real mansion. Shaking my head. Yeah. It is nutty. It's also crazy that this 13-minute video is actually from some fucking boy bruv Zoomer. Unironically has incredibly solid analysis baked into it.
Coli than the federal guidelines allow. And it finishes by dumping potentially lethal bacteria, lead, mercury, chromium, dioxin, and many, many more dangerous substances right into the San Pedro Bay, a popular swimming spot for tourists and Los Angelians alike. But there's another massive water-based problem in LA. Lawns. That's right, look at all these lush green American lawns in the middle of what should be the desert. Yeah, Californians are so proud of their stupid.
Yeah, I'm a psycho and found that $85 million house is like 10K square feet in Beverly Hills with a crazy view on a huge lot. Yeah, it's probably the lot that like, yeah, that house literally, the $85 million house is all location, baby. Is all location and it has a tennis court and shit. That's why. It's actually pretty, it's sprawling. Like it's a compound. It's not a bungalow. He definitely sold it. He undersold it.
Lawns that they're willing to risk hefty fines, poisoning their entire garden using paint, or more importantly, potentially causing devastating environmental disasters. This is because LA is naturally super dry. They get all their water funneled down from Northern California. This really messes up the natural geography of California,
since the ground
in the north doesn't get as much water as it naturally should, because it's all funneled south. And in the south, crops and plants are grown where they're not naturally meant to exist. Essentially, the northern plants dry up enough to become fuel for fire, and the southern ground acquires plants which act as fuel for fire. That, paired with the recent dry winters and record-breaking hot summers, inevitably provides the perfect circumstances for record-level wildfires. I don't know, I guess you guys must just love those annual XL bonfires you've been hosting for the last few years. And whilst the cause of these fires might seem very obvious and simple to you and me, some Americans have taken to blaming wildfires on, for example, UFOs, who've somehow used lasers to set all of California on fire. I do actually think this map of UFO sightings explains all you need to know about the type of people that live in Los Angeles. But can you really blame them when they have some of the worst public schools in the country? Edit, it turns out the private schools are just as batshit crazy and awful. And obviously kids being unable to access an acceptable level of education has a clear correlation with homelessness. But no, I don't want to use my damn money to fund no damn public sector, but I also don't understand why people are so damn stupid and can't get jobs nowadays and have to live in homeless camps. God dang it. Regarding schools though, I don't even know how kids are supposed to get there in LA. I don't know about you guys, but when I was young, me and 95% of my classmates walked to school or got the bus. Can you guess what percentage of LA commuters walk? 2%! Bro, no wonder you guys have that problem everyone makes fun of you for. And I find it hilarious that 53% of Californians say they care deeply about their carbon footprint. Like,
yeah, except, you know, again, the fucking city is not designed to walk around in. It's so funny because it's quite literally designed for cars. And it used to be a city that was perfectly walkable and had a robust public transit structure. It's so fucking crazy.
Like, LA isn't even in the top 70 highest populated cities, but has the 5th highest carbon emissions in the world. I've also found that Californians like to brag about their state having the highest vegan population in America, as if that's some kind of beneficial thing for the environment, when the state's avocado and almond farms require 2.1 billion bees to be flown in from around the world annually, 30% of which die.
Excuses? Motherfucker, how? What do you mean excuses? You think I like this shit? You think I want it to be like this? Are you crazy? You think Californians even want it to be like this? You know, they don't. Let me tell you, they do not.
In the process. Plus, these farms use around 28 billion gallons of water a day, which is literally cannonballing the state into ecological collapse in the form of hellfire. I mean, I've got to give it to them. It really is quite the feat to not even have a population of 4 million and still rank top 5 for carbon emissions. I wonder how this is even
You get the government you vote for? Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. We're the most democratic country on the planet. That's why, like, for example, if you were to say, hey, I don't want to vote for a guy who's going to, like, push a genocide in Palestine, your options are guy who's currently pushing for ethnic cleansing in Palestine versus guy who accelerated the conditions so that an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians would occur now rather than 10 years later. And then if he wins again, he will even accelerate it further. It's great. Like, you have the option between who's going to kill fast and who's going to kill even faster. Most people here are planning on moving to LA or doing it for social media. Are the parties and social networking worth the shithole? You're talking to someone who spends every waking moment live in his own house, in his own fucking living room that he's converted into a studio, and then goes to sleep immediately after he's done. So no, I do not live here for the parties and the networking. I live here mostly because of the weather, even though I don't even go outside. But yeah.
Possible. Oh, I get it. Los Angeles specifically is one of the worst controlled urban sprawls on this planet, with its 26-lane highways and absolute lack of functional public transport. And I know all the America cells are right now commenting how cars are so much quicker and efficient. So explain this. It literally takes 3 hours to drive from one side of LA to the other, with traffic jams consistently lasting hours long. Really quick and efficient, huh? It turns out building an extra 20 lanes on highways to fix traffic is like printing more money to fix inflation. You'd only think it's a good idea if you went to Los Angeles public school. In 2008, Arnold Schwarzenegger... Anyway, he promised to develop a high-speed rail link from LA to San Francisco, 2 major West Coast metro areas which would benefit massively from high-speed rail, since your current options to travel from one to the other are 1. Die of boredom festering away in a car for 6 hours. Option 2. 9 hours on the Greyhound bus, which will probably switch drivers like 8 times, leading to around 12 hours of waiting around. On this mystical journey, you can expect to smell a relaxing fragrance of In-N-Out cheeseburger farts being recirculated through the bus via the AC. Or option 3, you could fly. American airports were originally designed to be very efficient and smooth to pass through, but ever since, you know, they've been a bit, let's say, paranoid, which means LAX and SFO aren't really designed to accommodate stricter security checks than if you were entering the White House. So we can all add, as recommended, 2 hours and 59 minutes to the flight time. Oh, unless you're an Arab male that has a beard, you are going to be intensely interrogated by terrified airport staff for over 6 hours. And then we have the proposed high-speed line, 2.5 hours. It blows all other options out of the water. This is such an obviously good idea with so much potential to make money. I really hope no one messes this all up. 15 years later, the line has already costed $128 billion fucking dollars. They are currently planning to open stage 1 in the 2030s, with neither Los Angeles or San Francisco as part of it. Oh, that's right, they did the middle bit first. Apparently so the government can gauge the profit margins and public reception and then hopefully fund the rest. The only problem is that the whole of this middle bit looks a bit like... That's right, instead of addressing any of the issues in our state, like public education or homelessness, that Geopold has already addressed in this...
Well, also Elon Musk, like and also every contractor that the American government works with has to be an absolute bloodless psychopath who is almost exclusively in it to just like gouge the government coffers as aggressively as they possibly can, with no real interest in like actually building anything. Elon Musk is one of the many different examples. Elon Musk was directly against the project and took funds away from the project. But also the other ones that are supposedly working on the project are also bad. It's just awful. Oh God, I hate this fucking country so much. It's just like, we need a tyrant. We need a Xi Jinping. We do. We need to centralize control in the hands of somebody who's just going to get the fucking job done. And then every single person that like will benefit from it later will be like, oh shit, how did this happen? I am a firm believer in being not a benevolent dictator, by the way. I'm a firm believer in just doing shit without telling the public that you're doing that shit until later. They can recognize it, you know, a couple of years down the line when they're like, what happened to all the homeless people? Not a benevolent dictator at all. It's just like the way I see it, if you're being voted on and you're, you know, running on specific ideas, okay, there is no reason to just like tell anybody else once you got voted on, okay? It's like, this is why I was voted. I was voted to do these things, and people expect these things from me. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do, no matter what happens, I'm going to do those things. Of course, obviously that goes against living under capitalist rule. Like Mussolini, who made the trains run on time. Yeah, that's what I meant. Good own, man. Yeah, that's what I meant. I love that the only guy you can think of that is an advocate for public transit is Mussolini.
This video, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars connecting the two booming, well-known, iconic
I'm guessing you wanted to get the homeless people a home and not the other thing that it sounded like. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, building public housing, which there have been, like, building public housing, which there has been, like, 15 ballot initiatives, 15 ballot measures that have been democratically voted on so far over the course of at least my life living in Los Angeles. Just do it. Don't fucking have any public hearings on it. Just fucking do it. Shut up.
Californian cities, Merced and Bakersfield. I do find it funny how some of the Americans I've been referencing in this video would collapse out of sheer mental pain if they had to pay $1 of their money to the government to be used to provide essential education or essential healthcare or essential shelter. And these same guys don't even know the government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars building a train that connects cities like fucking Madera and Merced and Tulare. And I thought nothing could top HS2 in terms of overspending. And at this point, you might be completely in despair, wondering what on earth can we do to fix all these problems? Well, my solution is we should just give this land back to Mexico. If there's anything these Angelinos need to burst their delusional, optimistic, smiley, happy bubbles, it's spicier food, high-speed trains, and more narco violence.
Agreed. I agree with that. I think that's a fire way to go about it. Anyway, the idiot chatter about Mussolini mixed up Italy with Germany law. No, it's a common meme for both Mussolini and Germany as well. But from what I understand, like, even in Mussolini land, it didn't work the way that people claim it did. Anyway, yeah, I don't think it's even true. All right. Here's a 3-minute ad break. The last one. I'm done. I have a podcast that I have to shoot. Right. I have a podcast that in fun news, I stole your famous phrase and went Twitter viral. Fuck it, I'll say it. Everyone throwing the full weight behind Biden a year out from the election without even attempting to pressure him into supporting a ceasefire is complicit. Nice. What are you doing to pressure Hamas to ceasefire? Literally driving to buy a suitcase of laser rangefinders to send to Israel? Yeah, let me just call up Hamas Central, bro. No, my tax dollars allocated by Biden, and that's who I'm gonna pressure. Wait, is this guy saying he's actually, like, pressuring Hamas with a ceasefire? Like, what's happening? Murray on the podcast? What? Sean also said that the only reason to say you're voting for Biden this far out is to morally grandstand, which is spitting. I mean, he's right. It is. I fucking hate these petulant liberals who just, like, are smarmy and annoying and know that their DNC that they defend for $0 that they make to defend, by the way, like, at least get paid to be a fucking patsy, to be a little bitch. But all these fucking annoying little liberals, like, pushing aggressively, nonstop to, to hedge their bets ahead of time and not yelling at the DNC for fucking them over with a dumbass candidate that everybody fucking hates because he's about to die.
What a fucking liar,
They're complicit.
Dude.
They're
what
wrong.
A fucking Weasley
Get the dialing, you fucks.
Liar, dude. What a fucking
Anyway,
Weasley
love you all.
liar,
I'll see you tomorrow.
Dude. Holy shit,
wonderful
dude.
Seeker stream today.
Holy
I loved it.
shit, dude.
I'm very happy that we did some fun stuff today. It's been a long time,
America
dude.
deserve love.
I missed laughing on stream. You know what I mean?
America deserve happiness.
All right.
Fuck it.
Peace,
I'm
everybody.
saying it. America deserve love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserve happiness.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hassan. Man, Hassan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. Oh, you're such a big man, Hassan. Man, Hassan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. Hassan Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name. Hassan Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserves happiness. Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserves happiness.
Fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit.